Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the finals of the Elite Division 40 over format game. This game is played between CCA and the Predators. We've had a delay in start due to the weather conditions. It was still not the kind of weather that is required, but yes, here we are. CCA has won the toss and they have elected to bat first. The two openers for CCA are Saeed and Tanzil. And we've just seen the third over getting into progress by Jagbir. So the score for CCA is currently 11. 11 for no loss into the third over. It's been a quiet start for them, but they haven't lost any wickets, more importantly. In comes Jagbir. It's just a single taken. So both the batters are very watchful. Sure, there's some dew here, which they are just waiting the dew for that to ease off. That's a nice foolish ball by Jagbir. Hit that towards long off. They come back for the second. Yeah, these are comfortable 2 runs taken. So as I was mentioning, these are comfortable 2 runs and the batters being watchful. In comes Jagbir again. Nice ball into the batter. Dot ball here. Was on the bounce. Hit that over the infield. They have taken the first. They're coming back for the second. That was a good bounce. So well, not very well directed. Hence the batter could hit that on the offside very comfortably. And scamper for another couple of runs. So 5 runs have been taken from the 5 balls yet. No boundaries. So it's a good over. Jagbir would be happy with that. The score is now 16. Last ball of the third over coming up. Saeed on strike. This time on the onside. This is a very good shot. That's a 4. In fact, that's a 6 signaled by the umpire. Off the legs. So nice way to complete the over. The score jumps from 16 to 22 at the end of 3 overs. That's a very good shot by Saeed. Some aggression seen here for the first time in the first 3 overs. You see the temperature on the screen even now. It's currently 4 degrees. Can make it very difficult for the fielding side. These are live pictures coming to you courtesy 22 Yards Network. And as mentioned, this is the finals of the Elite 40 over division format. And it's the finals between CCA and the Predators. CCA won the toss, elected to bat first. Oh, that was hit straight back into the stumps. Very, very aggressive shot by Saeed. He's just played a smanking six, and here he is. We are into the fourth over. It is bowled by Ibrahim, and he's hit that straight back to the stumps. Thankfully, there was no injury to the umpire there. In comes Ibrahim. Into the stumps, he's hit that towards long off. And they're just walking for a single, so they are not here looking to take the second run. Here we have our sponsors on the screen. It's So Sports. This time on the onside, no runs taken. Very good fielding there. In fact, the umpire has signaled that as a no ball. Well, there is some discussion going on there around that decision made. And it's a free hit finally signaled by the umpire. Interesting to see how is Saeed going to take this ball from Ibrahim. That's a big shot played in the air. There's a fielder cutting it off. So free hit, just resulting in a single. Good fielding behind the stumps there between the keeper and the slip fielder. .25 for the loss of no wickets after 3.4 overs. In comes Ibrahim to Tanzil. Couldn't really connect it well. It's along the ground, just a single taken. Looks like the ball is getting wet every time it goes onto the outfield. We see the cloth is out there getting wiped. The ball being wiped every time it goes into the outfield there. And that's bowled him right through the stumps, middle stump out of the ground. The bat comes first, the ball comes later, and that's the first wicket for CCA. Saeed is out, bowled Ibrahim. He was just beginning to look aggressive, and they have lost his wicket. You see that on the screen. The first, that was a 6 by Saeed. He scored 12 runs of 10 balls, and he was just trying to score a bit quicker for the team, and he has lost his wicket. That's also the end of the fourth over. There you see the score, 26 for 1 after 4 overs. New batter Zohaib. So the fourth over has begun. It's Jagbir bowling the fourth over. Fifth over in progress. This is the third over for Jagbir. We just saw Said getting out, so Zoeb is the one who's the new batter. Tanzil is on strike. In comes Jagbir. Nice shot on the onside. That's going towards the boundary line fence, and it is. That's a boundary. So nice shot. I've just been joined by my co-commentator here, Avinash, and we will be we will be both covering today's final of the Elite Division 40 over format. That's a big shot. That's a six. It is a six. So Tanzil changing gears now after Saeed getting out. He was the one who was looking to up the ante, and there was a lot of aggression the way he played, but Tanzil is taking it on from there. What do you feel, Avinash? What could be a good competitive score here that CCA could look to set up?
Well, there was some rain yesterday, and I'm guessing the outfield might be a little slower than they anticipate. So it is probably not going to be one of those really high scoring ones. But again, the sun is shining and it's perfect batting conditions too. So, uh, yeah, I'm guessing they'll probably aim for at least 250, 260 under these conditions. And they are kind of on track if you look at the initial score right now. Remember, CCA actually won the toss and elected to bat first. Like I said, perfect batting conditions. So I think that has the winning the toss has really made a big. It's a big advantage for CCA. But the Predators are no mugs either. So I'm sure they'll be trying their best to make a match out of it. But so far, 5 overs 40. A good beginning, even though CCA has lost a wicket. And the last over had two beautiful boundaries and a six. So CCA have got off to the kind of start that they would have been looking for when they won the toss, for sure. It's a chilly day. The temperature is about 5 degrees. So you can see all the players decked up in their chilly fall day best gear. The game started a little late because the temperature was quite low. And there you go. A good on drive towards long off for just a single. This is the sixth over. 41 for 1 is the score for CCA. Tanzil and Zoheb are batting with Tanzil on strike. The temperature is still hovering around the 4 to 5 degrees, but there is beautiful sunshine. So anyone who is outside is going to get warmed up, and all that translates to good batting conditions. The outfield also may be a little moist, but looks good. So overall, I think good batting conditions. That was a foolish delivery, and Tanzil takes full stock of it, hits it straight down the ground, beats long off for a boundary. Ibrahim has conceded 15 runs off his 2.5 overs. So overall, I think he has bowled quite well. He has taken the wicket too. Oh, that was a good ball. A good ball and well negotiated on the leg side for just a single. Yeah, this is definitely late fall conditions in Calgary. Uh, Anyone who lives in Calgary knows how the weather starts plummeting in that October time frame, and we are in the first weekend of October today. So if you like cold weather and the sun, step out, come here to inland and watch this game. A dot ball, good delivery there. So after the season started for the 40 over elite, I think somewhere around May, after 4 long months of the league, today is when it all wraps up. Both these teams are obviously going to look at getting their hands on the trophy, and they are pretty good teams. Tanzil has shown his batting class time and again in all the different formats over the season, as has Zoeb. And the Predators also have some really good bowlers in their lineup. So this promises to be an exciting contest. Desmond, what do you think about the conditions?
I would agree with you, Avinash. It's very good batting conditions, and the scorecard reflects the same, that it is 6 overs and 46 runs, so it's a very healthy run rate. And yeah, if you see, both batters are, especially Tanzil, he's done bulk of the scoring. He scored 29 from the 46. So it's looking good. As you said, 250, 260 should be on their minds, and CCA will probably keep that and take it further from there and make it difficult when the Predators come out to bat. But with the conditions, I think it'll only improve. So you never know, that could be even chased down. At the moment, it is 6 overs, 46 for one. We have Fateh, who is into the attack. He is not bowled any overs yet, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he takes the proceedings further from here. Nice shot there, straight to the fielder. Just a single taken. So both of them, both the batters are doing it very nicely. They are taking the singles, the ones and the twos, and in between getting that odd boundary, which is a nice way to go. They are not losing any wickets. We just saw Saeed getting out, but after that, it's been very watchful. It's been smart batting by both Zoeb and Tanzil, I would say. This time on the onside, there's a fielder chasing it. They got the first, they're coming back for the second. So easy 2 runs. Nice ball into the body and very well played by Zoeb. Once again, a very good ball just outside the off stump. So 2 dot balls in a row, but they've also scored 3 runs in the over. Getting into position very quickly, just a faint edge, but they get the single from it. Every run counts. This is 40 over format. And that is also the 50 for CCA, coming just at the end of the seventh over. There is one more ball in this over. So it's a good start, 50 for 1 in 7 overs. And as we were discussing, Avinash, it looks like they would get to that score of around 250. We'll have to wait and watch. It looks far at the moment. Just tapped it on the onside, and they get the single. So 51 for 1 after 7 overs.
A good start to the eighth over. 7 runs coming off the first two balls. Uh, Beautiful boundary and followed by an actual three. Ooh, that was a good ball. The ball just about missed the bat. A very optimistic appeal there by the keeper, but obviously the umpire is not really interested. But that was a good comeback after the 7 runs of the first two balls. Good length and good line as well. It really attracted the batsman, made him play that shot. And in this ball, Zoeb actually took about 4 steps into the pitch before the bowler even delivered the ball, converted that to a comfortable full toss, but was only able to take a single, trying to break the rhythm of Ibrahim there. Not fully successful, but this time a shortish ball, which was given the treatment, but straight to the fielder in the deep in that cow corner area for just a single. Good comeback by Ibrahim after the first 2 balls. A dot and 2 singles. The batsmen trying their best to upset his rhythm, but he is holding on. That's a sign of experience over here. And that was a good ball, good line, good length. The batsman gave it the respect that it deserved. And Zoeb has just let it go, didn't attempt to play, didn't attempt to touch it, just watched the ball all the way to the keeper. After 8 overs, the score is 60 for 1. Good start by CCA. Definitely why they decided to bat after winning the toss. I'm sure they don't mind the score at all. Remember, this is a 40-over game. Your power play is going to be 12 overs. So that's about 2/3 of the power play done so far. Uh, 60 for 1 is a good score. 7.5 is the run rate. And CCA would definitely be aiming for the 250 plus, which would make their position very strong indeed. Fateh coming back for his next over. A good first over, only 5 runs off it. A dot ball to begin. Good length delivery directed into the body. The batsman could not do anything much as far as taking runs are concerned. Here he comes again. This time the ball moved away and the umpire rules it as a wide. But it's interesting to see how he has been varying his line. The first ball came into the batsman, the second ball left the batsman. What is he going to do with this ball? This one was straight, but it went straight to the fielder. Excellent bowling so far by Fateh. A few more overs like these will put CCA under a little bit of pressure, but they have the good beginning. Once again, that was a foolish delivery, but straight into the body of Tanzil. He was not given any width or any sort of opening there to hit that ball, so all he could do was defend it back to the bowler. That's some excellent bowling here. Again, not giving too much of width. This one was outside off stump, maybe around the 6th or 7th stump. And I think that pace is also not helping the batsman. The faster bowlers, they would have probably hit it. This time, the batsman moves a little bit and utilizes the width to cut it towards the deep point third man area for just a single though. Just 2 runs off the over, one of them wide, so that is a wonderful over so far from Fateh. Here he comes for the last ball of the ninth over, and this time the looks like the ball did connect to the bat, and the keeper was not able to collect it cleanly. So this is potentially a drop catch. But when the keeper is standing up to a medium pacer, remember that he doesn't have a lot of time to react, especially when the bat is involved. So it is not the easiest of catches, but he tried his best and missed that catch entirely. But overall, I think that was a wonderful over. Just 2 runs, including a wide, brings the score to 62 for 1 after 9. So from around 8.5 in the fourth over, maybe even closer to 9, the score is now, the run rate is now 6.89. Raman is now going to take over.
So two singles to begin the 10th over. This is Raman into progress. That's a big shot played by Tanzil. And it's good fielding there. So a dot ball. Well, Avinash catches win matches is all I can say. The old phrase from what happened in the previous over. Yes, it's a difficult one with the medium pacer for a wicketkeeper to take that, but that's the kind of technique, that's the kind of agility that is required. This is the finals, and if you got to lift the trophy, then you've got to win the catches, take the catches to win the match. Two dot balls in a row. The score is becomes slightly slow. The scoring is slightly slow now. 64 for 1 after 9.4 overs. The run rate is currently at 6.6. So the Predators are pulling it back, is what I can say. Down the track, Tanzil on the offside here. There's a fielder covering it. No, he doesn't. So good shot by Tanzil. He moves on to 45 of 38. So he's the one who's been doing the scoring. Zoeb is giving him good company. More importantly, there's no wicket loss. The partnership is building well. That's a big shot here in the air. And that looks to be a 6. And it is a 6. There, that's the confirmation from the umpire. So nice way to end the over. 4 and a 6. That brings the run rate up to 74 for 1 after 10 overs. And that's a nice start. That's a nice start by CCA. Just one wicket loss. So they have all their wickets in the bank. And they have the next 30 overs to take this forward. The weather looks to be only improving by the minute. So Raman, who did all the hard work in his first over, got hit for a 4 and 6 of the fifth and the sixth ball. So that just changed the whole approach of the over, and now CCA are back on track. The run rate is again 7 and above. That's exactly where they would like to keep it. Change in bowling again. We have Kamran, who will be bowling the 11th over. It's Zoeb on strike. Nice shot straight to the fielder. Dot ball it is. This time on the onside. Towards mid on, they've taken the first. They're coming back for the second. Another comfortable 2 runs. So sensible batting by Zoeb and Tanzil, and between the two, it is Tanzil who's been more of the aggressor, whereas Zoeb is keeping his wicket, rotating the strike. I guess the partnership is as well as over 50. This time on the offside, the umpire is calling it a wide. Smart bowling is what Kamran was trying to do. He's even having a discussion with the umpire there. That was a close call, but good umpiring. Into the covers there, just a single taken. So Kamran is trying to keep it around that off stump, just out of the off stump, and outsmarting the batters, but the batters are equal to it. Right in the middle this time, straight to the fielder, no runs taken, so dot ball. So it's been a quiet over, no boundaries or sixes. Tanzil on 51 from 40 balls. It's 3 runs, 4 runs of the over yet. Kamran would like to finish his over well. This will be a wide, another wide. That's the confirmation from the umpire. So 2 extras in the over. I'm sure he's just trying to contain Tanzil here. By that line. This time it's not been given, so that's exactly what he's trying to bowl around the wide line on the off stump. And that's probably a strategy of way of actually containing Tanzil and not giving him, not bowling into him or any room on the onside. And another dot ball. So nice way to finish the over. Just 5 runs coming from it. 79 for the loss of a wicket after 11 overs.
Yeah, the Predators have made a good comeback over the last 3 or 4 overs. keeping tight lines, not allowing Tanzil or Zoeb to really get away. And that is now making a fascinating contest between bat and ball. 79 for 1, so that's 7.18 from the high 8s, 9s, about 6 overs back. Tanzil has played a good hand here, 51 of 42 balls, and Zoeb has played an excellent supporting role. Should be the last over of the power play here. A good shot there, played towards covers for just a single. Fateh 2 overs for 7 runs. He has been one of the bowlers who has really pulled down the run rate. Just 2 runs off his last over. This time giving a little bit of width and played at the last moment by Zoeb, who moves on to 10. So Zoeb and Tanzil are doing a good job of just accumulating runs right now. They're not going for the big shots unless the opportunity presents itself. They are punishing the bad balls, but otherwise keeping strike going, keeping the strike rotating, I'm sorry. But overall, I think Predators have just moved a little bit closer to the stumps and not really giving too much of width to the batsmen to be able to free up their arms and hit some of the big shots. Yes, it has. They have bowled a couple of wide-ish deliveries in the process, and even a couple of boundaries were conceded in the last 5 or 6 overs. But they have done a pretty good job of pulling the run rate back, especially if you look at the last ball. Again, that was fastest delivery by Fateh, and Tanzil actually moved to the offside, and that made sure that it was not given a wide. This one was a Yorkerish delivery. Uh, Fateh actually gave it a little bit of flight here, and all Zoeb could manage was a single towards the cover region. So at the end of 12 overs, which is when I believe the power play comes to an end, the score is 83 for 1. 6.92 is the run rate. After an explosive start, uh, CCA have become a little sedate as far as run scoring is concerned. They have not gone for the big shots, they have not got the boundaries and the sixes, but they are able to keep the strike rotating quite easily. So it's like I said, it's going to be a fascinating contest between the Predator bowlers and the CCA batsmen. That was cut very nicely, and just a single. It went straight to the fielder at the deep point area. Now that the field is spread out, run scoring will probably become a little more difficult. Good flight, flighted delivery, and all the batsman could do was guided towards the offside for a single. Kamran coming for his next ball. This one was just pushed in a little wide off the off stump, but the batsman played at it and gets a single. After getting tonked in the first 3 or 4 overs, I think the Predators have uh, come up with a plan to make sure that the ball doesn't disappear, and all they are focusing on is either dot balls or maybe the odd single. I haven't seen too many doubles. There was 1-3 that was run, and the odd boundary since the fifth over. But whatever plan they made, they're sticking to it quite well, and they have not allowed CCA to get away with the score here. After 12.5 overs, it's 87 for 1, just 4 runs off this over. I think the what one of the things that Predators have done is to reduce the pace on the ball. I think that itself has made a big difference. And the end of 13th over, the score is 87 for 1, 6.69. So this is the middle overs. The field has spread. Uh, so CCA has to make sure that they tap the ball into the gaps if they have to keep scoring. They have a decent momentum here. They had an explosive start in the first 4 or 5 overs, and then they are doing a good job of rotating the strike. Of course, the run rate has taken a hit, but the fact that they have not lost wickets has is only going to help them as the game moves forward. Here's Fateh with his third over. Fourth overs, I'm sorry. Desmond, what do you think has happened in the last 6 or 7 overs that has helped Predators come back into the game?
I guess they have bowled very well. They have bowled. They have had a plan with Tanzil. They are just trying to bowl outside the off stump and around the wide line, as I mentioned. And there were a couple of wides given a couple of overs ago. But yeah, from what I see, they are planning things a little better. They're keeping it tight. They're making sure the boundaries dry up. There are no sixes hit, and CCA have to earn their runs. And CCA is also doing it very smartly. Both Tanzil and Zoeb are rotating the strike, getting the ones and the twos. And yeah, and I think that's understandable that with the power play to begin, it was very explosive. And you see Tanzil moving around the off stump to play the ball now. He even has understood that that's the way they are bowling at him. So he kind of moves towards the off stump and tries to play the shots there on the offside. There's another single taken. So that's good competition going there between both the teams, and rightly, as it's the finals of the Elite Division 40 over tournament, the right two teams are up there. It's another dot ball by Fateh. You see he's bowled 3.4 overs and just conceded 13 runs, which is phenomenal bowling, I would say, because under these conditions, he's bowling really well, especially to Tanzil. It's currently Zoeb on strike. For, After a long time, it's into the stumps. It was a nice Yorker, and Zoeb dug it out. So 3 dot balls, and that will be in the back of the mind of the batters that they haven't got even the runner ball at this point of time. This is the 14th over in progress. The run rate is pulled back again, 6.4 currently. Another dot ball to end the over. So just 2 runs from the 14th over. Good bowling by Fateh. You see 13 runs in after 4 overs from him, and the score is 89 for 1 after 14 overs. So it's Kamran bowling his third over here. He's, he's conceded 9 runs in 2 overs, so he's also been economical. And he's bowling into Tanzil, who's done the bulk of the scoring. He's on 56 from 53 balls. Once again, moving outside the off stump and playing the shots once again on the offside and taking a single. Kamran making some slight alterations in the field. Seems like it's been a long time that the boundary came. Big shot played by Zoeb on the onside. This time the fielder is chasing it. 2 runs taken. There's a good throw coming in. So that's an indication that the outfield is still quite wet. The boundaries are not coming in. The ball is being dried every time it's been hit out. The score is 92 for 1. So this is a good partnership between Tanzil and Zoeb. Nice ball. That's another dot ball. So that's smart bowling. Zoeb has been a little slow in terms of scoring his runs. He's scored 16 runs from 25 balls, whereas Tanzil has kept it around a run a ball. Into the stumps again. So they are bowling into the stumps to Zoeb, and for Tanzil is when they keep it outside the off stump, more closer to the white line. So they have a plan. They have a plan for each batter. In comes Kamran. Once again into the stumps. He's hit that on the onside just for a single. 4 runs taken from the over with 1 ball to go. In fact, that's the end of the over. So 93 for 1 after 15 overs. The run rate is still a little above 6. They would like to keep it there to get to 250, as we discussed at the beginning of the match.
.93 for 1 after 6 overs. Fateh coming in for his 5th over. He has bowled a wonderful spell over here. Tried to stop that powerful shot. The ball bounces off his hand and it hurts, especially in this cold weather. It hurts a lot more. But there he's back. That was a good ball. Aimed straight at Tanzil. with a reasonably good pace, and Tanzil was not able to do much other than just defend the ball to the offside. All Fateh really lacks right now in this spell is a number against the wickets column, and I'm sure he would love to have that. 3 runs on the leg side. That was pretty quickly run too. They sensed an opportunity there and made sure both of them, Zoeb and Tanzil, ran quickly and got the third run. Smart running between the wickets. Here comes Fateh for his next ball. This one was a short delivery. Hit very well on the leg side, but a combination of the slow outfield and the fact that there was a fielder not very far from where he hit the ball resulted in just a single. Here comes Tanzil now with his next ball. Once again, aiming right into the body, into the legs of Tanzil. I think the team has sensed that uh, Tanzil has a little bit of weakness in that area. The more you ball in that area, the more difficult it is for him to score runs. We've seen that time and again during the spell where a ball on the good length aimed into the stumps at knee level. Uh, he has not really been able to get rid of those. So end of the over, 16th over up, 99 for one, just one short of 100. 6 runs off this over. This is probably one of the more expensive overs by Fateh, which talks a lot about how wonderful he's been bowling. What a wonderful spell he's bowling. Just to remind you viewers, this is the finals of the 2025 40 over game, and a break is being taken by the players at the end of the 16th over. We will be right back after this break is done.
Welcome back. We're back after the drinks break. This is the 17th over in progress. And Tanzil and Zoeb are doing it nicely for CCA. The score is currently 99 for 1. In fact, with the single, it's 100 completed in 16.1 overs, and CCA will be happy with that. That they have all their wickets in the bank, and they can look to score heavily towards the end of the innings. So it's been singles all the way. Four singles taken in the over. Tanzil has quietly moved on to 63. Might just be eyeing this 100 in the big final. And Zoeb is giving him good company for 20 from 31 balls. It's Raman bowling his second over. So it's the end of his second over, and he's given away just 4 runs after 11 runs came from his first over. That's good bowling by Raman, a good comeback. The score is 103 for 1 after 17 overs. We just saw a big 6 by Tanzil. That's after a long time that came in, but good timing, 110 for 1. They're getting close to the 100-run partnership. Let's Fateh into the 6th over. He's gone for 26. Just chopped it on the offside. Again a single, so smart batting 6 followed by the single. He's into the 70s now. Tanzil is doing it well for his team. Score is 1-1-1 for 1. Another couple of runs added in this over. Incoming is the last ball of Fateh, and he would like to finish the over well. He's already gone for 10 runs in the over. Nice running. That's very, very good running. And they steal a single here again. So good aggressive batting, and they're showing some intent after the drinks break. The score is 114 for 1 after 18 overs. Tanzil is on 70 of 65 balls, and Zoeb is giving him good company with a 24 of 34 balls.
including a six, which was a boundary after a very long time. Raman is back in the attack. And what a wonderful ball that was. Zoeb completely missing the line of that delivery, and the ball crashes onto the stumps. The off and the middle stumps decide to take a small nap here, and that's the second wicket after a partnership of around 88 runs. Very good partnership here. Uh, both of them were batting well under somewhat good bowling by Predators, making sure that they were taking singles, doubles, not getting too frustrated by the lack of boundaries. And after that 88-run partnership, Zoeb had to go, and Raman gets that wicket, clean bowled. That'll put a step back on the Predators' bowling now. The partnership was nearing 100, and they managed to break it. And which bowler won't like the stumps getting uprooted? Shahid is the new batsman. Strike rate of 119, 622 runs. He will want to make a meaningful contribution over here. Tanzil is already on 70. Another big partnership will definitely make CCA somewhat happy. And here comes Raman with his next ball. Good flighted delivery. Shahid calmly taps it down to that extra cover region, bringing Tanzil on strike. And CCA has so far shown a pretty good exhibition of batting today. When the Pacers were on, they made sure that they took full advantage of the faster balls. And the first 4 or 5 overs, they were scoring at almost 9 or 10 an over. And then Predators after that slowed it down masterfully by bringing in slow bowlers, having the keeper stand up, and making sure that they bowled very good lines and length, which did not allow any of the batsmen to be able to hit balls on their arc. They were not being given balls on that arc, no width, and that brought down the run rate from close to 10 to now this run rate to just 6.05. And just when it looked like CCA were getting back into their boundary hitting ways after the drinks break, they lost a wicket. And Raman finishes off his third over with just one run and that wicket of Zohaib. So this match seems to have all the ingredients of a final: good batting, good fight back, good bowling, and at this stage, which is close to the halfway point of the first innings, I don't think anyone is going to try and predict what the final result of the match is going to be. Yes, we as commentators predicted that the score is going to be 250 to 260. Um, CCA is most likely going to get there, I still feel, but Desmond, what do you think?
Yeah, very much the score looks to be getting there. In fact, we just saw a very good partnership being broken by Raman. An excellent ball there, 88 runs. That was between Zoeb and Tanzil. But they've got the batting powerhouse within themselves, and CCA has all the ingredients, as you say, to get this to 250, 260, or maybe even more. What I can see very smartly is that the run rate is coming down. It's currently 6.05, and I think maybe the run rate may just drop below 6 in the overs to come. But we've got to wait and see if Tanzil, who has been the one who has been doing all the scoring, keeps it up there or lets it slip down. Because once if it slips down, then it just keeps going down. It's still the middle overs going in here. In comes Jagbir. Nice ball, missed the edge there. And Shahid needs to be watchful. It's all the hard work that is being done by the openers and Zoeb, and they are in a good position for a good score. This is the fourth over for Jagbir. He's been gone for a bit of runs, bit of been expensive. He's gone for 30 so far. This is there it is. It's the wide. Yeah, they are just trying to bowl that line every time, and this time they're trying it with Shahid also, just outside the off stump, just trying to make it difficult for the batters. They've been made to reach for the ball there, and that's the strategy. Probably they have more fielders on the offside. In comes Jagbir again. This time into the stumps. He's played it on the onside, straight to the fielder, but they take the single. 117 for two. This is the 20th over in progress, and Tanzil would be the key. Tanzil would be the key here if CCA would like to put a challenging score. He's the one who's been on the pitch since the beginning. This time on the offside, missed by the fielder, and they're getting a comfortable single. It wasn't sharp fielding there by the fielder, but nevertheless, the weather is improving. It's currently 5 plus 5, and it's only going to get better as the day progresses. After going for 30 runs in his first 3 overs, I would say Jagbir is bowling well now. Once again, into the body, straight to the fielder, dot ball. That's going to build the pressure. 118 for 2 after 19.4 overs. comes Jagbir again. Smashed it on the offside. This is well dissected into the field. Looks like going towards the boundary line. It is. That was a very, very good shot by Shahid, who's just come in. That might just take the pressure off Tanzil to do all the scoring, to do all the aggression. Good shot. Very, very good shot. So that's again a boundary after some time. It has been 7 runs in the over. So Jagbir would like to finish this off well. Last ball. Nice ball into the body once again, straight to the fielder. So dot ball, 7 runs coming off the over. The score is 122 for 2 after 20 overs. CCA looking good for a big score. So Raman is the new bowler. He's gone for 16 runs from his 3 overs. He's the one who broke that vital partnership. He got Zoe bowled. Tanzil is down the track, couldn't really middle it. Straight to the fielder, just a single taken. So even Tanzil is finding it difficult to middle the ball sometimes, especially the ones coming from Raman. Raman has gone for 17 runs. He's in his 4th over. Constantly making changes in the field. Wants to have the right men in the right position. This time Shahid on the offside. Once again straight to the fielder. Just a single taken. Predators won't mind that. As far as there are no boundaries and sixes hit, they will be okay with the 4 and 5 runs coming in the over in the form of singles. This time Tanzil on the onside tries to take a single. No, no, says Shahid. So there's good fielding there also from Predators back to the bowler. Just a couple of runs taken from the first 4 balls. Raman is actually getting over through his overs very quickly. Down the track, Tanzil not able to clear the field here. Once again, it was straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. So Raman is bowling well for Predators, and well, the Predators skipper will be really happy with that. And he's bowled him. What a ball. He's taken another wicket, and this is a big vital wicket for Tanzil. Tanzil, who'd done all the hard work of scoring the 72 runs from 73 balls, has been just bowled by Raman, and that's another wicket for him. So 2 wickets for Raman, and after 4 overs, he's just given away 18 runs, and suddenly CCA may just feel that they are losing their way. 2 quick wickets here, 124 for 3. Tanzil is walking back. He's hit 5 boundaries and 3 sixes for that 72. He would have just loved to continue for his side. He's done all the hard work of being there from the beginning of the game. And would just want to be there towards the end as well, but that's not what's in CCA's fate. So it is Wakas who's the new man coming in, and it's suddenly 2 new batters at the crease. Avinash is the match changing now.
Well, Vakas is a good batsman, and he has enough overs to really settle down, get his eye in, and then bring the match back on track. same case with Shahid, who came a couple of overs earlier. But yes, I think the Predators are sensing uh, that they are well and truly into the game now. Tanzil's wicket was key and they got it. And 124 for 3 after 21. Very difficult to say whose game it is going to be eventually. And that is how finals should be. Uh, One-sided finals. Yes, supporters of the winners and the winners themselves will probably enjoy it. But we as audience, the commentators, would definitely prefer something that is much more evenly balanced, which is what the game is right now. Jagveer's comeback. He bowled a decent over, the last over, but conceded a boundary about uh, the end of the over. He'll be hoping to make amends. 4.2 overs, 38. A little expensive if you look at the Fatehs and Ramans and all their wonderful figures. And Wakas, that was his first ball. Managed to make solid contact between bat and ball. Good defense, no run. But yes, the run rate has dipped below 6 now. I'm sure uh, the CCA team and their supporters would probably be getting a little worried, but I think Wakas knows exactly what needs to be done. Uh, if this were a 20 over game, a T20, I'm sure there would be some panic in the ranks. This would probably be among around the 11th or 12th over of a T20, and you need to start accelerating. But a 40 over game, we just crossed midpoint. There are about 20 more overs. You can afford to wait and build your score, which is exactly what Wakas is doing. A good cut shot towards the vacant third man area, and he gets an easy two over there. But overall, I think Predators' bowling has been excellent. They have bowled to a plan. They made sure that the CCA batsmen do not get going, that they are stifled. They are only able to score singles, and that's just 3 runs from Jagbeer's over. That's a remarkable comeback. Yes, he has conceded 40 runs off his 5, but his last couple of overs have been pretty good. And that's probably what the Predators captain is letting Jagbeer know. 127 for 3 after 22. The run rate now is 5.77. Wakas and Shahid know exactly what they need to do. Uh, there's still about 18 more overs to go. There is no need for them to panic. Just wait for the loose ball and otherwise keep rotating strike. That's what Tanzim and Zoheb are doing so well. These guys just need to continue. But on the other side is Raman. 2 wickets off his last 2 overs. His tail is up. He will be hoping to add a few more wickets. That ball was fired in, uh, just defended, no run. This is a fascinating contest between Raman and the batsman. This one was given some flight, but again straight to the fielder. Smart work by the fielder, though Shahid hadn't moved from the crease at all. Raman's second spell, I think he has done an excellent job here. Not only keeping the batsman quiet, but taken those two very important wickets. What that has basically done is brought two new batsmen, and that gives predators some breathing space to recalibrate and ensure that the batsmen don't start hitting boundaries and twos and threes. So good timing there as far as the wickets are concerned, and Raman is doing such an excellent job. Four dots and a single so far in this over. Here he comes to finish that over, and one more dot ball. That was a wonderful over, just one run off it. In his 5 overs, he's conceded just 19, and if you get rid of the first over, I think his 4 overs is probably just his 4 overs. He's probably just conceded around 4 or 5 runs. What a spell! Bowling just a little bit outside off stump. Again, goes straight to the fielder, and 19 runs off those 5 overs with two wickets. Meanwhile, the run rate is 5.57. Another 4 or 5 overs. If the run rate is still dipping, then I think the CCA will sense that they might get in trouble and they will have to change their approach. Right now, even the singles have kind of dried up. The rotation is not as frequent as it was when Zoeb and Tanzil were batting, and which is understandable. You have two new batsmen at this crease, but these two new batsmen, who are pretty good, need to plan their innings well, because once the run rate goes below 6, before you know, especially with the slower bowlers bowling and the dot balls piling up, your run rate is going to accelerate beyond control or decelerate beyond control. Good flighted delivery, sent straight to that fielder in the offside. Abdullah is the new bowler, starting afresh his first over, and this time the ball was a little short, a hit on the leg side, but just a single. So keeping the pace of the ball, I think that's what has made a huge difference as far as predators are concerned. It is a little difficult for the batsmen to actually manufacture shots for maximizing the score. Uh, so combination of taking off the pace and bowling really good lines. I think the Predators have hit the nail on the head and controlled these middle overs. CCA have to find a way back. That was wide. Lost control of the line a little bit there. Abdullah with his next ball. This one aimed straight at the stumps. A quick single. 4 runs off this over so far. There is some rotation of strike, and that was a beautiful shot. Such a lovely shot. Boundary, swept and swept very well. Read that line early and got down and just hit that ball beautifully. Like I said, Waqas is a very good batsman. You cannot afford to underestimate CCA. They have two good batsmen on the crease on the pitch right now, and just because the run rate has gone down below 6 doesn't mean that they are going to panic. They obviously are good enough to know how to pace their innings, and Predators should still keep things tight. That was a good ball and end of Abdullah's first over. Except for that boundary, a pretty good over in my opinion. So Desmond, do you think that boundary would have given CCA some motivation to kind of start accelerating from here?
Yes, that would definitely give them what they need. Just a short arm push that you would call it, because it's just 16 overs left, so 96 balls, and they would try and want to score at least another 120 from the remaining 16 overs. It's going to be a little difficult with two new men at the crease. Shahid and Waqas may have the experience, but Predators are bowling really well. We have once again Raman into the attack, who's been the pick of the bowlers for Predators. He's picked the 2 wickets and he's just given away 20 runs from his 5 overs. So it's not going to be easy, Avinash, to get to that 250, 260, but we'll have to wait and watch. And we'll have to wait and watch and see what's the approach of the batters. How are they going to play for the next 5 to 6 overs? I'm sure they would not like to lose wickets for the next 5 to 6 overs for sure. And see, you see the dot balls coming in. You see the run rate has been coming down. It's 5.6 at the moment, and that looks very, very difficult from here that they will get to 250, 260. There will be something special that either of Fakas or Shahid, or maybe both, would have to do if they have to get to that score. And that's the way Raman has been all through his spell. He's been constantly moving fielders, right fielders in the right place. He takes his time. The good thing is that he gets rid of his over very quickly. And in spite of all the time, in spite of all the time he takes to get the field arranged, he bowls his overs very quickly. Gets another dot ball. There was a stumping attempt there by the wicketkeeper in vain. That's the umpire back to get the bails in the right manner. This time into the gap, they've got the first. They may just think of the second and they're going for it. So that's good running there. So suddenly they are becoming a little aggressive in terms of running. Initially, they would just walk for the one, but now they are looking to convert the ones into twos, and that's what cricket is all about. They've got 3 runs from this Raman over, and as we've been seeing, Raman has been economical, so no boundaries yet in his over. He's the one who actually broke that vital 88-run partnership, and he took the wicket after that as well, off Tanzil. Another one there outside the off stump. Another dot ball. So that's the pressure that is being built. It's been 3 dot balls in the over and just 3 runs scored. This is the Last ball of the 25th over. Into the stumps this time, but straight to the fielder at long off. It's been cut off for a single. 140 for 3 after 25 overs. The next 4 or 5 overs are going to be very, very crucial. They would want not to lose any wickets and probably get to around 170, 180, so then they can go hard at the bowling in the last 10 overs with 7 wickets in hand. We have Abdullah who will be continuing his spell. He just began with the first over. He went for 8 runs there. Considering the run rate at 5.6, that's a little expensive, but that's just 1 over. We've got to see how he does in the second. That's how the way even Raman began with his spell, but then he pulled it up after the first over, which was smart bowling. Also see the weather on the right is jumping up. It's currently moved on to 6 degrees here at the inland large cricket ground in northwest Calgary. That's the visibility for all. So it's good visibility, bright and sunny. Once again, straight to the fielder. So the fielders there would feel good with the weather improving. And CCA will have better conditions while they are fielding. So they will be happy with that. Another dot ball. So still keeping up there around that outside the off stump line. More fielders on the offside. That's been the strategy. Once again, there on the just outside the off stump, missed the ball completely. So 3 dot balls. That's pressure building on Waqas now. He's scored only 10 runs from his 16 balls, and that'll be back of his mind. This time on the legs, but still straight to the fielder. So 4 dot balls. Abdullah doing a great job here, building pressure. And then suddenly you feel the big one is coming. The ball goes up in the air, and there might just be another wicket. That's another dot ball straight to the fielder. So 5 dot balls in a row. Abdullah bowling a fabulous second over. Once again into the stumps, straight to the fielders. So that's the end of the over. That's a maiden over by Abdullah. Predators captain will be very happy with that. And CCA batters may just be thinking, what do they need to do now with that maiden over? That's just changing the run rate a bit. It has dropped down to further 5.3. The score is 140 for 3 after 26 overs.
Raman is back. That was a leg stump line. The batsman came ahead a couple of steps and hit it towards the offside. So that was a pretty good over by Abdullah. Just actually, it was a maiden over. He's the sixth bowler. So what that does for the Predators is that it allows the Predators captain to shuffle his bowlers a little more And while we are talking about that, we have Raman hitting a six off a ball which was somewhat wide. Beautiful shot. The CCA is now looking to get a move on here. 7 runs of the first two balls of that over. Wakas showing his class. Another shot in the air, and that is a four. Raman, after two or three, about four or I think he bowled four very good overs, losing his line a little bit here, and also uh, the fact that CCA is getting a move on. I'm sure he is a falling victim to that. 11 runs off his first three balls. He'll be hoping to break this partnership now. Oh, that was a good shot, hit on the offside, just missing that fielder. Took a couple of minutes for the backup to reach the ball. Just a single. Here comes Raman for his next ball. This time bowling on the batsman's legs, who comfortably caresses it towards the leg side for just another single. 13 runs off this over. I'm sure that's probably the kind of target CCA is looking for the rest of the overs. Good dot ball to finish off Raman. Easily his most expensive over so far. 13 runs off it. I'm sure he would want to make sure that he doesn't repeat that off the next over, which would be his last. And he'd also definitely try to add something else to his wickets column. Abdullah now back for his third over. So Abdullah is the sixth bowler, and the fact that he has bowled so well gives the Predators captain some flexibility as far as shuffling the bowlers around is concerned for the last few overs. The run rate now is 5.67. There are 13 overs left in this innings, and at this point, I'm sure CCA is going to try and score anything between 8 and 11 or 12 runs every over. If they are able to score 8 and over, we're talking about another 100 runs, so that would get about the 250 260 range. That ball bounced quite a bit, but just a single, went straight to the fielder. Abdullah again to Wakas this time, who's on 21. That was definitely struck outside the off stump, and he was playing a shot there, so there is no way. That is sloppy. That is sloppy. Nobody backing up, and that was an unnecessary extra run conceded over there. When it's clear the umpire is not going to give you out, you need to be alert and make sure that the ball is in the fielder's hands and not being thrown around, though that was pretty sloppy. Here comes Abdullah for his next ball. That was a beautiful ball. Not much the batsman could do with it. Perfect line, perfect length, and all the batsman could do was defend. Here he comes. This time that was wide outside leg. The batsman makes contact and hits it towards the fine leg region. He gets an easy two. 5 runs of this over so far. I'm sure CCA would like a few more before the over ends in the next 2 balls. What is Abdullah going to do? Again, a good ball. The fact that he's trying to bowl that stump to stump line, a you miss, I hit kind of line, is not giving Wakas the kind of power that he needs to hit the ball. Uh, he got that power this time, but it was hit towards the fielder, so just a single. So another very good over completed by Abdullah here. Just 6 runs, 3 overs, none for 12. I think at this point, at this juncture of the game, are excellent figures. So Abdullah may not be a frontline bowler, but he has given the Predators captain an option on who all can bowl the remaining 12 overs. Abdullah has 5 overs left, and the other bowlers like Fateh and Jasbir, I think they all have anything between 3 to 4 overs between themselves. So I think the Predators captain has a problem of plenty, choosing who has to bowl. Is he going to bowl Raman out in this over? Kamran comes in 3 for 13. Again, wonderful figures during those middle overs when Predators were basically not giving any freebies to CCA. Kamran was one of uh, the bowlers who was doing a really fine job of ensuring not many runs would be scored. So Predators would be hoping that Kamran continues with the same rigor in the spell.
The score has now nicely moved along to 159 for 3. We are into the 29th over. Kamran has been one of the pick of the bowlers, I would say, with just 13 runs being scored. He's into his fourth over. It is Waqas here who's on strike and who's taken a little bit of a lead in terms of scoring the runs. Try to hit that on the offside, missed it completely. It's the wicketkeeper who did the collection there. Two dot balls. I'm sure Waqas is feeling the pressure because Predator bowlers are really bowling well. It's just been singles and twos. The big boundaries and sixes have not been come for a long time. Once again, another dot ball straight to the fielder. So CCA would like to score at least another 100 runs from here, but it looks difficult. They have their wickets in hand. That's their advantage. Depends the kind of batters that are there to come. They have stealed the single here. It was smartly done. I think there was some communication between both the batters that they will take a single of this particular delivery, and they did. The strike now moves on to Shahid, and strike rotation is so important. When you're at the other end, it just gives that much more time for you to think and maybe reassess a particular bowler. On the offside this time, the fielder has missed it, but the ball is not going towards the boundary line fence. There are 2 runs taken here as the throw comes back. Yes, there's good backing up behind, so 2 runs taken. So after 3 dot balls, it's been a single and a two. So 3 runs have come up of the 5 balls. It'll be interesting to see when CCA would like to change gears. Straight to long off, misfielded, and the batters take the single. So they're just waiting for the opportunity. That was not the right way. That was not the right approach by the fielder there. But anyway, it's a single to CCA. 4 runs from the over. 163 for 3. You're going to see the 30th over now being bowled. It should be Abdullah because he's the one who's been bowling well. In fact, no, it's Ibrahim. So the skipper thinks differently. Ibrahim has gone for 25 in his 4 overs and he's taken the wicket. So change in bowling, and interesting enough. We have Shahid on strike. Once again, straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. So Shahid has been off strike for some time, and that can affect any batter's concentration. It's been Wakas who's been getting more of the strike. So he has to kind of get his concentration back. Nicely played on the offside, and they take a single here. In fact, they're getting a second because it was not backed up very well. 2 runs taken from that. Another dot ball straight to the fielder. So the fielding has been good. There have been a few misfields, drop catches. Well, that's understandable in this kind of a game. But overall, Predators have done well in the field and they'll be happy with the score the way it's been going. Nice shot again, straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. So just 2 runs have come in this over. Shahid knows that. Completely missed it. Another dot ball. So it's been 4 dot balls in the over. CCA will certainly feel the heat, even though the weather is +6 outside. They will feel the heat. They will want to score more. Getting into the last 10 overs. Nice shot on the onside, straight to the fielder. There's a man covering it, so they don't bother for the two. Just a single taken. 166 for 3 after 30 overs.
CCA have 10 more overs to put up a good score. They are still struggling to score with any sort of consistency here. Uh, Boundaries have been few and not exactly as frequently as they would like, even during these end overs. So they have to do something in these last 9.5 overs to be able to get to a good competitive score. Generally, I've seen this ground, most teams do end up scoring 250 and above. There was a catch dropped at the deep over there. Shahid lofted that towards long off, and the fielder could not reach the ball on time. I think he just managed to get his hands on it, but could not hold on to the catch. Like Desmond, my co-commentator, says, this is the finals, so there is a certain minimum quality and skill that we expect. And on top of that, I'm sure the players would want to give their absolute best. So seeing these dropped catches is surprising. Catches win matches, everyone knows that. Meanwhile, this over of Kamran's has yielded just 3 runs. And this time, Wakas is finally able to break those shackles and hit a beautiful six just on the around the square leg boundary. Read that length very well and dispatched it to that boundary. So they managed to get 9 runs of this over, but they will probably need a lot more of the remaining 9. 75 more runs required to get to that 250 mark. Uh, but I'm sure CCA would probably like a lot more than just those 75 runs. Even if they have to get to that 75 runs, in the remaining 9 overs, they have to score 8.5 every run, every over. Let's see how they manage it. Again, a good aggressive shot. The fielder is chasing, and that's a 4. That's a very good start to the over for CCA. I don't think the ball quite went where Shahid intended for it to go. But he still gets a boundary. Here he comes again. This time an easy single. At this juncture, you will see a lot of quick singles being run. Here, Wakas basically started running long before the ball actually reached the batsman, and that uh, made sure that he's not at the danger end, but Shahid is. Okay, Wakas once again makes some room for himself and clashes that ball on the offside for a single. Yeah, and as the innings progress now towards the end overs, you will likely see a lot of these singles being converted into twos, quick runs. There you go, utilizing that gap on that fine leg area. The keeper had to run all the way to the 30-yard circle, briefly tempting Wakas and Shahid for that second run, but fortunately they decided not to take it. 33 of 35 and 29 of 36. A pretty good partnership. The ball has gone up to the top edge, and it's a boundary. So they have got 11 runs off this over already. A pretty productive over. That is what CCA was probably looking for. And you can see that run rate is slowly creeping towards 6. It was in the 5.5s to 5.7 for much of the last 10 to 12 overs, but the last couple of overs have been pretty productive, and CCA is now on 186 for 3. We were talking about them having to score about 8 runs and over to reach the 250 mark. They've already scored 11. Predators now taking some time in adjusting the field. They know that CCA is going to slog it out going forward, and they have to make sure that it's not so easy to get those runs. The drinks break after 32 overs, 8 more overs to go, 187 for 3, run rate 5.84. And we'll be back after the break.
Welcome back after the break. We finally see some intent in the CCA batters. See the intent to score some quick runs and get their team to a good, decent score. Shahid has smacked it straight to the fielder, so good shot, but straight to the fielder. No runs taken. This is Kamran into his 6th over. He's gone for 28, so quite economical. Still to pick up a wicket, but the skipper will be happy with that. This time on the offside again, there's a fielder chasing it. They've got the first, they're going for the second. In comes the throw. It was nice and low, but the batter completes the second. So good running there. 191 for 3 after 32.3 overs. Would want to score another 60 to 70 runs from here. You see the run rate coming up. It's now up to 5.8. So it's gradually coming up. This time on the offside again between two players, but the batters are happy with one. Yeah, with three fielders converging on that, they would not want to look to take a second. Still been a decent over by Kamran of his first four balls. It's been, what, about 5 runs scored here. Full toss, hit that on the onside, but straight to the fielder. In comes the throw to the wicketkeeper, just a single taken. So no boundaries and sixes. Kamran will be happy with that. The score has moved on to 193 for 3. It's a dot ball. Missed it. He wanted to cut it, but straight to the wicketkeeper gloves. So dot ball to finish. 6 runs from the over. CCA will be happy with that. The score is now 193 for 3. It'll be interesting to see who's going to be the bowler there. So Fateh is the new bowler. He's bowled 6 overs yet. He's gone for 30 runs at a run rate of 5 runs per over, which is very, very good given the circumstances. He's not taken a wicket, but that's fine. He's been economical. That's more important. Nice shot by Waqas straight to the fielder. So there are some good shots being played here towards the end of the innings, but they are going straight to the fielders. So it's a good thoughtful combination of what the bowler is doing and what the fielders are in place. Good field placements. Once again, a shot on the offside. This time he has pierced the fielders completely. That looks to be a boundary. It is a boundary. That's a confirmation coming from the umpire. So after 2 dot balls, Waqas gets the boundary. He moves on to 44. He's been the better of the two. And Shahid is giving him some words of advice there, who's on 32. And probably the conversation was that Waqas takes the guard in a manner, he's going to be the aggressor between the two. The score is now 197, so yeah, another 60-70 runs is what they would target. Once again on the offside, this time over the fielder again. It's going towards the boundary line fence, and it is another boundary. So 2 back-to-back boundaries by Waqas. That takes him to 48, and the score has got past 200. Shahid is happy with that. The score is now 201 for 3, so they have 7 wickets in the bank, and they have got just 6.2 overs to smash, and they would want to smash that hard and score as many as possible. This is getting into a very, very good final, and Predators will have something to chase. The score is now 202 for 3 after 34 overs. So they have 6 overs and they will want to target at least another 60 runs with 7 wickets in hand. That's the partnership for you. Waqas has been on the higher side for the contribution. He's taken 49 from the 78, and Shahid has given him good company. More importantly, Shahid has not lost his wicket, and the partnership is going, and that's keeping all the big hitters still in the dugout to come and hit. That'll be a wide, and it is a wide. So once again, Kamran and the strategy the Predators have been displaying so far is outside the off stump, let the batter reach for the ball, and sometimes the odd wide comes in. This time he's hit that on the offside. In fact, it's a boundary. It's a very, very good shot over point. So nice way to start the over. Waqas gets to his 50. He scored 53 runs from 46 balls. Two sixes and six boundaries in that 53. So that's good going. After Tanzil, there is someone else who's taking control, taking the responsibility to finish the innings well. This time on the onside, it's another big shot, and that'll be another boundary. In fact, the fielder has signaled for a six, so that'll be another six. So 10 runs from the first two balls, and it was a wide to begin. 11 runs from the over. This is going to be a big over, looks like. And Kamran, who's been so economical, has suddenly has to look for ways to bowl well at the two batters. Before he began the over, he had gone for 33 runs from 6 overs. In fact, 32 runs from 6 overs, and now he's looking at different bowler altogether. Waqas has just nudged it to the fielder, straight to the fielder. It was, yeah, just no single taken. So after the 6 and 4, Waqas is looking to rotate the strike and give it to Shahid. Once again on the offside. That's nice cheeky single taken. They're going to run for everything. They know they have the wickets now. A little over 5 overs left. On the offside again, into the gap. There's a fielder covering the ball. It'll just be a single. Yes, and it is a single. The throw comes in. So the fielders are being sharp now. They are trying to save as many runs as possible. The fielding standards looks to have improved. 12 runs from the over. And he's missed it completely outside the off stump again. Waqas, who's on 60, who's done all the scoring after Tanzil left, suddenly couldn't connect, and it's a dot ball to finish. 215 for 3 after 35 overs.
CCA is now making good progress towards that 250 plus score. It's 5 overs left, and they are 215 for 3. They will obviously want to score as much as they can. Maybe another 50 runs in the remaining 5 overs. Waqas is the primary guy who they will expect will help them achieve that. Meanwhile, Fateh is back for his last over. 7 overs, none for 39. He was bowling really good till that last ball of his sixth over, and then a very expensive seventh over. And now let's see what he's going to do. Shahid and Waqas are going to look to score off every ball. This one was a full toss on the leg, went straight to the fielder, and a very good throw there. A very confident appeal by the wicket keeper, but somehow the umpire thinks that is not out. $216 for 3. The last 4 or 5 overs have been pretty entertaining. CCA have just about managed to get the momentum back, similar to what it was when they actually started batting this innings. Kamran, Fateh have all been smashed around, and they would probably want to continue doing that the remaining 5 overs. Here's Fateh with his next ball to Waqas, who's on 60. That was a bottom edge. Fortunately for Waqas, did not go anywhere close to the stumps. And a dot ball. Fateh would want to get those dot balls back. He obviously wouldn't want to give away too many runs. This time a full toss, hit straight down the ground for a couple. 218 is the score now. I think Waqas probably is feeling that he might have missed out on an opportunity there. That was a good outside off stump line. And again, because Fateh is a medium pacer and is not the fastest, Waqas and Shahid have to use their own power, which can be a bit challenging based on line and length. Look at that lovely Yorker. Actually well negotiated by the batsman, but could not do more damage than just a single. 5 runs off this over. What is the last ball going to get? Waqas is on strike. He would most likely want to get a maximum. What is Fateh going to do to prevent that? Waqas comes running out of the crease. One bounce to the fielder and an easy two taken. 7 runs off that over, which considering the situation is a pretty good over. His 8 overs have yielded just 46 runs, no wickets, but an economy of 5.75 when your final score is going to end up with a run rate of about 6.5. I think is a phenomenal job. Well done, Fateh. 4 overs left. The score is 222 for 3. Obviously, CCA are going to try and get as close to 40 runs in these remaining 4 overs, which would bring the score to 262. The the run rate is 6.17, so they are scoring at better than run a ball. They would have to try and maximize the score in the remaining 4 overs. Jagbir is back. Jagbir would bring speed into the equation, so that might work well for Wakas and Shahid. So he has to keep his line and length extremely tight, not give anything to the batsman, especially when they are going to try and hit each and every ball. What ball is he going to ball now? Oh, this one was a slower delivery. Hit the bottom edge and went backward of square leg. It was closer to fine leg. A little more towards the right and he might have been clean bowled. So Wakas was probably lucky there, and good ball by Jagbir. Mixing it up, the deliveries, that's a good strategy. What is he going to bowl now? This one was way outside off stump, but goes straight to the fielder for just a single. Good over so far by Jagbir. He His first 3 overs went for 30, and then he came back reasonably well in his next two. And the captain and the rest of the Predators team would obviously want him to keep that momentum going. Here he comes. This ball was straight towards the stumps. Could not get the elevation or the timing Wakas, so it was just a single. 4 runs off this over so far. That is a pretty good job considering the stage of the innings that we are in. What is Jagbir going to ball now? This one again came straight to the batsman, but could not time that shot at all. Might have missed an opportunity there, Shahid. I think it was in his arc. He could have potentially hit that over the non-striker's head and got more runs, but fell short. The last ball, that width was given there, and just a single to complete the over. So just 5 runs. Beautiful over by Jagbir there. Just 5 runs at the 37th over of the 40-over game, when the batsmen are looking to score at least 8 to 10 or maybe more in every over. So well done, Jagbir. He has 2 more overs left. Where is the captain going to go? So Desmond, 3 overs, 30 runs. Do you think they'll be able to get there?
Yes, I'm sure with 7 wickets in hand, that should not be a problem. All I see is Predators have put all of their fielders on the boundary line fence, so they're making sure there are no boundaries or sixes. But it all depends how well the batters pick the gaps, try and get the big shot in. Yeah, Wakas wanted to take the single, Shahid unmoved, We have Ibrahim into his seventh over. We have Ibrahim into his seventh over. The score is 227 for 3. Big shock played here that there's a fielder to cut it off. He's done that well. They're coming back for the second and they get that comfortably. So as I was just mentioning at the beginning of the over, Predators captains has put all the fielders on the boundary line fence and trying to save the boundaries. That was way outside the off stump. It'll be interesting to see what the umpire's decision is. It's just a bye is given. So it is a legal ball, just a 1 run taken, 3 runs in the first 3 balls. So still no boundary in the over yet. It's a big shot played in the air. There's a player coming under it for the catch. No, it is. In fact, that's a boundary hit. So they've got the boundary of the over. And it's coming from the blade of Waqas, who's been playing exceptionally well after Tanzil. Ibrahim has his hands on the hip. So that was actually gone over the fielder that was there at long on. He tried for the catch, could not get it. They've got the boundary of the over, so suddenly it looks a different over now. Another big shot on the onside, but straight to the fielder. Just a single taken. Shahid actually wanted to come back for the second. Waqas was not interested. Into the stumps there. He's bisected the field again, but the players are converging on it. They've got the first. They're coming for the second. Another comfortable 2 runs. And also the end of the over. 10 runs coming from it. They've got the 10 runs for the over. 237 for 3 after 38 overs. So Avinash, I guess after 38 overs of cricket, I guess our predictions are getting right and they're getting close to 250 and they might just be between 250 and 260. It'll be interesting to see who will be the bowler for this penultimate over of the innings. Shahid is the one on strike. Waqas, who's done bulk of the scoring, but Shahid cannot take the credit off him. He's given good company to Waqas. He's scored 42 runs of the 51 balls he's played. And he's made sure there are not any more hiccups and CCA post a good total on the board. Full toss, the batter has swung hard. That looks to be a 6 and it is a 6. So nice way to begin the over. Waqas is now the highest scorer of the innings. And Jagbir bowling his 7th over has been hit for the 6 of the very first ball. So yeah, they'll probably try and maximize from here. It'll be interesting to see what would Jagbir want to bowl. Will he try and keep it outside the off stump, make the batter reach into the stumps? No, that was hit straight to the fielder. It's just going to be an easy single. That brings Shahid on strike. So Waqas from the other end would just probably have a look, and Shahid having a good look at the field. As mentioned before, most of the Predators fielders are right on the rope. making sure there are no boundaries. That's a big shot again, but that's gone straight to the fielder at long off. Just a single taken. That brings Vakas back on strike. 8 runs of the over yet. 245 for 3 with 9 balls in hand. What would Vakas target here? Or he's missed it completely. That was a big, huge heave on the onside. He's missed it completely, and the bowler is just doing that. That's been the strategy outside the off stump. Make the batter reach. It's a dot ball, a precious dot ball. These are times when every ball counts, especially with 7 wickets in hand. Hit that on the onside, straight to the fielder. Just a single taken, so it's been a good over after that 6. 3 singles after that, 9 runs taken from this over yet. Jagbir would like to finish this over well. The score has moved on to 246 for 3. Vakas has moved on to 80. 80 of just 62 balls. I guess if CCA has reached here, then it's thanks to Tanzil and Vakas. Nice shot on the offside. There's a fielder coming under it. It's bounced before him, so just a single taken. They're looking for the second. No, just a single. So that's the end of the over. Nice way to finish it. 4 singles, 10 runs, 247 for 3 after 39 overs.
This innings coming up, CCA have reached 247 for 3. How much would they want to score in these last 6 balls? Inland has had scores of 260, in fact even 280 scored, chased comfortably. But remember, the pressure of the finals is always going to be somewhat different from general league games. That's hit towards it was meant to be hit on the mid wicket area, but it went behind towards third man, and they got a 4, and that brings up 250 for CCA. Well played, CCA. Vakas on 80, holding together the latter half of the innings, while Tanzim was doing that in the upper half of the order. Here comes the next ball. That has been hit straight to the fielder. And that's the end of Shahid. Just 2 runs short of a 50. He has done an amazing job supporting Vakas through these last 10 or 15 overs. The fact that there were no wickets during this period indicates how well they have planned this innings. But Shahid has to go now with 4 balls remaining in this innings. Most importantly, this is also a dot ball. So that is going to reduce the score a little bit. But Shahid, 48 of 55. Excellent innings. Three fours, no sixes. That shows how much you run between the wickets. Here's the next ball. Zahid comes in and does what he should have, does exactly what his dugout would have told him. That is to give strike to Bakas. CCA would want to do anything they can to maximize the score of these last three balls, and Bakas should probably be the main person doing it. That has been hit towards the leg side, and 2 runs taken. Score is now 254. 2 balls to go. 7 runs off this over so far. Ibrahim bowling his final over. Here comes Ibrahim. What is he going to bowl? He bowls a wide-ish, slowish delivery, which swung further away. 3 fielders chasing the ball, and Wakas gets 2 more. With that, we come to the last delivery of this innings. .256. Majestic 6 to conclude the innings. The CCA have ended with 262 for 4. Zahid again. Remember, Abdullah had bowled a very good spell of 3 overs, and he must be hoping to contribute to that as well. That's a beautiful shot. Back foot drive along covers. The ball stopped, so it did not quite reach the boundary, but they managed to run a couple before the fielder could fire the ball in. 6 runs off this over so far. Some fine tuning on the field by CCA. Here comes Zahid, and this time the ball has been gently pushed down the leg side for a single. And 7 runs off this over so far. One ball left. The Predators have got to a flying start. Oh, that's a slower delivery. Very well played. Very well bowled. Abdul Basit did not quite anticipate that, and if the ball had been a little lower, it might have been interesting. But a good ball at the end, and that brings this over to an end. 21 for no loss after 3. Welcome back. Saeed has been introduced, and 2 dot balls from him so far. Again, a good short ball which has been gently hit through the leg side for a single. 22 for no loss in 3.5 overs. I think that's probably the kind of start that Predators would be looking for, and they have got it. No wickets lost, and the run rate is almost equal to the required run rate. Here comes Saeed now with his next ball. A little over pitched, but well timed actually, but the ball did not travel. Abdul Basit and Abdullah doing a good job at the top of the order so far. This one was leg stump line. It was hit, but not with the best of timings, and it went straight to the fielder. So very good over so far by Said. Just one run coming off it with a ball remaining. And here comes Said with this last ball, and that was hit straight back to the bowler, who guided it on to the stumps, but Abdullah was well and clearly in, so no harm done. So the score is 22 for no loss after 4. A very good over by Said here, just one run off it, and that has put uh, Predators a little bit on the back foot after a good first 3 overs. But the important thing is they haven't lost any wickets over here, and runs, so except for the last over, came at a fairly good clip. So Predators would be quietly optimistic about how things have gone so far. Zahid coming back for his next over of the spell. That has been hit straight to the fielder. There's a packed offside field, and Zahid actually has bowled quite well, just according to the field that has been set. Here he goes, the next ball. This time Abdullah takes a step forward and hits the ball powerfully through the leg side, but straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. This time the ball has been placed into the gap, and 2 runs taken off that ball. Just 2 runs off the over so far. The required run rate is 6.73. The Predators have to keep an eye on that, because beyond a certain point it will start rising rapidly. That's a wide, well down leg side. The batsman knew he doesn't have to do anything for that. CCA has to also keep an eye on the extras. There have been a lot of them so far in this innings. Oh, that was a good ball. Perfect outside the off stump length. It was a little over pitched, but not enough for the batsman to be able to time anything over there. So it just hit the inside edge and the pad, and the batsman could not do anything more. Here comes Zahid for his 5th delivery. Again, bowling to the field. That was actually a very well timed shot of Zahid's outside the off stump ball. Abdullah connected very well, but it went straight to the fielder on the offside. And here's the last ball. This one was a bit straighter, but it goes straight to the fielder and just a single. So 4 runs off this over, 26 for no loss. Desmond honors are even at this point. Predators started well in the first couple of overs, but CCA have pulled things back in the next 3 overs. So I think we are about to witness a pretty exciting game here.
It looks to be a cracker of a final year. Very, very exciting. CCA have runs on the board 262 for 4 in their 40 overs. And Predators, as Avinash just mentioned, started very well, but CCA are just pulling things back. And it's currently 26 for the loss of no wickets in their 5 overs. Saeed is the bowler. He's actually bowling his second over. In the first over, he just went for a single. So that was a nice way to begin his first over, and he's now into his second over. This is a sixth over in progress. Both the batters for Predators have been watchful. Abdul Basit has scored 9 runs from 16 balls, and Abdullah has scored 12 from 15. It's Abdul Basit on strike. Tried to nudge it down to third man, but could not. Straight into the hands of the wicketkeeper. As we see, the weather is getting better. Now it's currently +7 at the inland cricket ground here in the northwest of Calgary, where we are actually witnessing a cracker of a final that is going on. Just pushed it to the fielder. Again, a dot ball. So Saeed has kept things tight. He's not got a wicket, but he's not gone for a lot of runs, and that's slowly building pressure on the Predators. Once again, straight back to the bowler. The length is very, very good. It's into the body. It's around little under the waistline, and that's keeping the batter in check, not able to free his arms on either of the side, leg side or on side. That's another dot ball straight to the fielder there. So 4 dot balls after the first single taken. I'm sure this is building pressure on the batters. Abdul Basit has scored 9 runs now from 20 balls that he's faced. This is not going to be an easy chase. Hit that on the onside, straight to the fielder. There's a fielder coming. They'll be happy with one, and they keep it to 1. So 2 runs from the over. Score is 28 for the loss of no wickets after 6 overs. These are better fielding conditions for CCA as the weather is improving in the day. Even their bowlers will feel the warmth. So it was smart from CCA to win the toss and elect to bat. Not just put runs on the board, but they are even bowling and fielding under better weather conditions. That's a terrific shot there. That's going towards the boundary line. It is a boundary, so Abdul Basit has finally broken the shackles. It has been quiet for a long time. This was Zahid into his 4th over. He's been bowling straight. This is his 4th straight over, and he's just spanked back for a boundary. Much needed boundary. That'll make them feel good. Both the batters will breathe better now. That's a full toss. Hit that on the offside, straight to the fielder. And looking at the umpire, is that going to be called a wide? No, says the umpire, it's going to be a dot. So Abdul, this over looks in a different mood. Looks to wanting to score more with the power plays on. Once again, just pushed it on the offside. There's a direct hit coming in. There's no one backing up. Will they go for the second? No. Five runs have been taken from the first three balls. What Predators would be happy is it may be a slow start. The run rate is just around 5, a little over 5, but they haven't lost a lot of wickets. That'll make them feel good. Into the cover, straight to the fielder. Again a dot ball. So after that boundary of the first ball, it's been Zahid all the way for the next three. Pushed it on the onside this time to mid on just for a single. 6 runs off the over. So if a team is chasing 262, the run rate is the required run rate at the beginning of the innings is typically going to be 6.5, which is not a very huge ask to chase, but there could be finals pressures. Straight to the fielder. Again, Abdul moves back into the crease very quickly. End of the over, just 6 runs coming from it. 34. The score moves on now too after 7 overs, and the run rate has dropped under 5. It's now 4.8. So if one of them would like to keep an eye on that and not want that to drop further, because then to catch up it's going to be difficult. The required rate was 6.5. So yeah, just the difference between the balls and the runs need not be go out of control. At the moment it is in control. 229 needed of 198 balls. Nice shot by Abdul. That's gone straight to the fielder there. That's taken the first wicket. The batter is actually standing and checking, but I guess he will have to walk back. In fact, he is walking back. 15 runs scored from 25 balls. That was Saeed with the ball. Abdullah was caught by Zoe, bowled of Saeed. He's the one who scored the one boundary and scored 13 runs of 18 balls. He was actually in a state of shock when he just gave it a gentle push and hit that straight to the fielder at long off. Malik is the new batter in. He's got lots of experience, over 100 matches, at a good strike rate of 85, and probably needs that kind of strike rate or maybe a little more today to win this final. Close to 2,000 runs scored. So finally CCA have a breakthrough. Now it'll be interesting to see how the Predators approach the score from here. They've lost that wicket. They had kept all their wickets intact. But it suddenly looks a different game altogether now. So Malik is the new batter on strike. And Saeed into his third over. He's gone for just 3 runs and taken that important wicket, breaking the partnership. One of the two openers back in the pavilion. Gentle push straight back to the bowler. No runs taken. It's been 3 dot balls now. It's been the dot balls that are putting pressure on the Predator batters. As we just said, this is the final and they will feel the pressure of chasing even at a run rate of 6.5. Nice big shot, but straight to the fielder on the long off. That's the third dot ball of the over, and the first ball was a wicket, so it's been a maiden so far. If the next 2 balls are also dot, the run rate has further dropped down to 4.4. This is the 8th over in progress, and the score is 34 for 1. Gentle push once again, not trying to do anything hard here. Back to the bowler, another dot ball. Malik may be just wondering, where can I pierce the gap? Where can I get some singles, get the feet moving, start rotating the strike. That was a big shot played towards the fielder there. There's someone to cut it off. In fact, they have, yes, he's done well. It's the second run that the batters are taking, which they complete comfortably. 2 runs taken, end of the over. It's not a maiden over, but just 2 runs from it and a loss of the wicket. 36 for 1 after 8 overs. Who will be taking strike of this over? It'll be the 9th over of the innings. Predators will have that in the back of the mind that they are not able to make good use of the power play and score a little more freely. CCA bowlers have been on the top. Bhupinder being introduced here for the second over. He went for 13 runs in the first over, but it'll be interesting to see how he approaches the second. In comes Bhupinder. Nice slower ball straight into the stumps. The batters just take the single, gentle push to long off. That brings Malik back on strike. He was struggling to begin his innings. Score is 37 for 1. We are into the ninth over. Looks like Malik has taken a different guard now. Earlier it was more middle stump, now leg stump. Bhupinder will want to do well in this over after going for 13 runs of his first over. Hit that straight to the fielder. So dot ball. Malik is not able to pierce the field. He's not finding the gaps. Scored a couple of runs now from 6 balls. He's got to get himself moving. Falls in no man's land, but there's a fielder to cut it off to take the single. Change in field for Abdul. For a long time he's been away from strike. Missed it completely outside the off stump. Once again, a similar strategy by Predators also. Make the batter reach on the offside. Ends up to be in a dot ball. So just 2 runs have come up even in this over. Bhupinder will be happy with that. Nice shot on the offside. There's a fielder to cover it. He cannot. That's a boundary. So finally a boundary after a long time. And Abdul coming from the blade of Abdul. 6 runs off the over, 42 for 1 after 8.5 overs. It was looking a good over until now, and suddenly there's a boundary. Bhupinder would like to keep it to a dot ball or max to a single. In comes Bhupinder with the final ball of the over. This time on the pads, steer it on the onside. They have taken the first, they're thinking of a second, and they go for it. Yeah, and they complete the second. So good over, 8 runs from it. The score is 44 for 1 after 9 overs at a run rate of 4.8. Well, Predators need 219 runs of 186 balls. This is not going to be easy, Avinash. What are your takes on this?
Oh, absolutely not. CCA have come back strongly after that first 2 or 3 overs, and the Predators are struggling to match up with the intensity that CCA are showing. Their current run rate is just 4.89, though it's not alarming yet. If it was 4.89 10 overs from now, that would have been alarming. But the fact that they managed to get a good start, they were 21 after 3, and since then they have only scored another 23 runs in the next 6 overs. So they need to get a move on for sure. There's another 3 overs left of the power play, and Predators should try and maximize whatever they can score during that time. In the meanwhile, Shahid has come on to bowl. Spin being introduced. Fields being adjusted, and here's the first ball. Pretty good ball to start off with. On a good length, went straight. This one turned. Pretty good control of the ball so far. This time getting hold of the ball, and it goes behind square on the leg side, and an easy two for Malik. He scored only 2 runs so far. Sorry, there's just 1 wicket so far. So the next 3 overs, or the next 2.5 overs, Predators should try get a move on so that they're able to maximize the power play. Shahid with his off spinners, I think. Oh, this time the ball was well played, guided to third man. Only 2 runs off this over. So that's kind of been the pattern for the last 4 or 5 overs. Uh, it's now 10 overs, 46 for 1. Malik on 5, Abdul Basit on 22, and a bunch of rather economical bowling by the CCA bowlers. 217 now needed of 30 overs at 7.23 runs per over. Some fantastic bowling exhibition by CCA. 46 after 10 overs with 1 wicket. Mustafa comes into the attack now. More spin. Good flighted delivery this time. Uh, Abdul Basit did manage to hit it towards the offside, but straight to the fielder. No run. Here comes Mustafa for his next ball. This time, a slowish delivery again. The ball sent to the same area for a single, for actually a dot. It's great to see CCA bowlers bowling exactly as per the field that they have set, making scoring all the more difficult. A flighted delivery this time, well outside off stump, and the umpire rightly decides it's not a wide. 3 dots for Mustafa. This time it's closer to the stumps, and overthrows has given away one run. It's so important for fielders to always back up. They need to be able to anticipate exactly where the fielders are going to throw and where the ball will go if the keeper or the bowler misses collecting the ball. Uh, the heat of the moment, people do end up taking some bad decisions, but I think as far as backing up goes, it is so important. We've seen a couple of instances in the first innings where sloppy job during backup unnecessarily yielded one more run, and the same here in the last delivery. Mustafa was not happy, but here he is continuing the over. Oh, another very beautiful flighted delivery. The batsman was struggling to figure out where exactly the ball went. Mustafa bowling a dream spell here. Here he is with the last ball of the over and such a beautiful flighted delivery again. After 11 overs, the score is 48 for 1. The required run rate rises to 7.4 because the actual current run rate is just 4.36. CCA have been putting on a masterful display of bowling. They bowled 10 overs or they bowled 9 overs of pacers and the medium pacers, and then after that they have brought in the spinners. Both the spinners have bowled 1 over each, and it has been very difficult for the batsmen to do anything about getting those spinners away for runs. Some field adjustment here for Shahid. Here he comes. The ball was gently glided on to the offside, and Malik gets a quick single. Abdul Basit on strike now. It's that powerfully but straight to the fielder. Offside is packed with fielders, and it's not exactly easy for the batsman to be able to penetrate to that. This time it was hit towards the leg side, and an easy two as the ball was cut off somewhere near the boundary. Shahid to proceed with the fifth ball. This time it was a shortest delivery outside off stump line. It was hit again quite well, but the fielder was able to cut it off for just a single. 4 runs off this over so far. This is the last over of power play. Fielders will be pushed back after this ball, and this time Malik misses the ball completely, strikes his pad, but the line of the ball, it was going to miss off stump anyway, and the umpire rightly calls it not out. So 12 overs at the end of the power play. Predators are 52 for 1. Their run rate is 4.33. It should have been much better during the power play, but they have been playing a little bit in a circumspect manner. Uh, CCA has been bowling wonderfully. Both their pacers and their spinners, after the first couple of overs, have done an excellent job. Abdul Basit is now facing Mustafa, who has been bowling excellently. He misses the ball this time, dove quite well, got his hands to the ball, but was not able to stop it. Malik back on strike. You would have thought the left hand right hand combination would make it a little bit confusing for the bowler and for the fielders, but CCA are doing just fine. That was a good lengthish delivery, a little slow, gave uh, gave Malik enough time to be able to hit it, and he did on the leg side for just a single. Here's Mustafa. Again, good flighted delivery, and that turns, and Abdul Basit's attempt to connect to the ball did not work at all. Maybe it was in a good way, otherwise, I'm sure it would have gone for a catch to the keeper. That was hit powerfully towards the cow corner area, but the ball did not travel all the way to the fence, and just 2 runs. Here goes last ball of this over. This time again, it was hit quite well, but it will be cut off by that fielder at. No, it was actually a boundary between cover and long off. So 13 overs, 60 for 1, a much needed boundary coming there for Predators. They need 203 runs of 162 balls. The required run rate is 7.52 runs per over. 4.62 is the current run rate. They should be starting to plan on how they are going to get that up to 5.5, 6 over the next 10 hours or so. Thirteen overs up, 16 for 1. Shahid is continuing from the far end. Well played. That was 4. Hit quite well to the leg side, hitting one of the commentary cars. A few more of these over the next 4 or 5 overs, and that run rate will come back right up. Here comes Malik facing Shahid. This time a gentle nudge on the offside for a single. I don't think the CCA team was quite happy giving away that single. They probably had a plan for Malik. Now that the right-hander is on strike, some field adjustments, and there you go. That was a fastish delivery, hit very powerfully, but straight to the fielder. Here comes Shahid for his next ball. Oh, that one rose quite a bit. Bounced more than some of the other balls, and also it was coming on to Abdul Basit. Didn't give him too much of room to be able to work that ball out. That was a full toss, hit straight to that fielder at long off for a single. 5 runs of this over so far. 6 runs, I'm sorry. And here comes Shahid for the last ball. Oh, and he tried to delicately cut it and get a few runs, but unfortunately it did not quite work out. So the score is 66 for 1 after 14 overs. 197 required of 156 balls at 7.58 runs per over. So I would say CCA is kind of on top right now, right, Desmond?
Absolutely, Avinash. CCA right on top. They haven't given a lot of runs as we see. The scorecard is 66 for 1 in 14 overs at a run rate of 4.7, whereas they have to keep it at 6.5 to really win the match. So Predators are actually making it difficult for them because catching up later can be difficult in a 40 over format. I can understand in a 20 over format, but in a 40 over format, it can be difficult. So both Abdul and Malik have to probably find a way where they're going to score quicker. Maybe one of the two has to be the aggressor and try and score quickly if they have to take the team into a stronger position. Abdul has hit that on the onside, but straight to a fielder just for a single. Mustafa is the bowler. He's into his third over. He's gone for 10 runs in his first 2 overs, which is quite economical from what the required rate is at the moment for the Predators. He's bowled well. Once again, Malik has just dabbed it there and he's asking Abdul to come in for a single. Abdul says no. There needs to be very, very good communication between the two batters. That's another dot ball. So Malik has been struggling from the time he's come. Well, he's come here to keep the left hand right hand combination going, but it's not making much of a difference. The CCA bowlers have been altering themselves very, very well to both the batters. You see, Malik has scored 13 runs from 23 balls, which is very, very slow if you're looking to chase at a rate of 6.5 in a final. That's the fourth dot ball of the over. Abdul did his bit by taking a single of the first ball, but it's the dot balls that has built the pressure, and that'll show on Abdul and the batters to come. Once again into the offside, but again a dot ball. So excellent bowling. 5 dot balls by Mustafa, just the 1 run of the over. The score is 67 for 1 after 15 overs. Not the greatest way to go in a final. Malik is looking totally out of touch. He needs to make way for other batters if he's not able to score. But by just building dot balls here, it's only going to build the pressure on the others to come. It's 196 runs needed from 150 balls, and it's getting really, really difficult with the required run rate now creeping close to 8. This is Shahid into his fourth over. It's a couple of runs taken here. Again, it's come from the blade of Abdul. He's been doing the bulk of the scoring, moving to 39 of 49. It's Malik who needs to change gears. He needs to change gears very soon because otherwise it's going to be very, very difficult for Predators to chase this down. Once again on the offside, this is into the gap. It's running away to the boundary line fence. It does not cross. They take a couple. May just look for the third. No. In comes the throw. So just 2 runs. But it's again Abdul who's doing the scoring. 2 doubles taken in the first 2 balls. This time on the onside, just a gentle push but straight to the fielder, so no runs taken. Again on the onside, straight to the fielder once again, no runs taken. So 2 dot balls now after 2 doubles that came of the first 2 balls. So they are back with 4 balls and 4 runs in the over. This time on the offside, into the gap, but there's still just going to be room for a single. And that brings Malik on strike for the last ball. The score is 72 for 1 after 15.5 overs. Shahid has given away 17 runs. And that's the end of his fourth over. To end another dot ball. Another dot ball by Malik. 13 runs from 26 balls at a strike rate of 50, which may not just be acceptable if his team needs to get across the line and score 262 runs in a final. Tanzil is the new bowler. This is going to be the first over of the match for him. He did very, very well with the bat, scoring a 70 odd runs for the team. He can take a couple of wickets and really be a hero today in this final. We are having Abdul on strike, and Tanzil to come in to bowl the 17th over. Almost, it was a full toss, pushed it down to long off. There's a fielder to cut it off. Just batters just walked through for a single. Once again, it's Malik on strike. This time he needs to get his single out of the way pretty quick and not have dot balls. It's not going to be good for his team. There's an appeal by the bowler as the batters run through for a single. Umpire would call it a leg bye. Leg bye it is. So Malik is off strike once again, this time fairly quick, thanks to the leg bye. .74 for 1 from 16.2 overs. Nice ball right into the batter. Just a single taken. So Predators are dealing in singles and they need to change that very soon if they've got to win this match. Singles will not take them anywhere. Malik once again has missed it completely. It's another dot ball to him. Sure, that's back of his mind. There are too many dot balls coming from him, and he's not helping his team's cause if they have got to chase this down. Once again, straight back to the bowler. Again, another dot ball. So, probably the final ball of the over. It's been two dot balls to Malik. He's got to do something here, something very soon. He's missed it again. Again, another dot ball. So, three dot balls by Tanzil to Malik. He looks frustrated. He doesn't know what to do. The score is 75 for 1 in 17 overs. He's just not able to break free. Predators need 188 of 23 overs. I'm sure there are some words of wisdom by Abdul to Malik. 13 runs from the blade of Malik of 30 balls. Abdul has hit that on the onside just for a single. And that'll bring Malik once again on strike. This is the fifth over by Shahid. He's not taken a wicket. He's only given away 18 runs. And that is excellent bowling in a final. In comes Shahid to Malik. He's missed it again, completely missed it. Doesn't look to be Malik's day. He's missed it again, but they will get through for a single. We'll have to wait and see if the umpire calls that a leg by. No, he's got some bat on it. That brings Abdul back on strike. Big shot played on the onside, but straight to the fielder at mid-on. Just another single taken. So it's all been singles for Predators. And it feels like the boundary it's been a long time that the boundary came through. 78 for 1. We are in the 18th over. Run rate of 4.4. Finally, Malik gets a big one, but it's hit that straight to the fielder and he will only get a single. He got that from the meat of the bat, but good shot, but just a single. Nice to see that shot coming from his blade. Hopefully that'll give him some confidence. Four singles in the over. This is the last ball of the 18th over by Shahid. Abdul has hit that in the air. That's going over the player at long on. That's a six. That should be a six. We'll wait for the confirmation from the umpire. That is a six. So Abdul made that that ball count, and this over looks so good now with 10 runs scored, 85 for 1 after 18 overs. That slight jump in the run rate to 4.7, and they got to bring it up now gradually. The required run rate is 6.5. Abdul gets to his 50. With that 6, he scored a 50 of 57 balls. 5 boundaries and a 6 involved in that, and that'll make even Malik feel good. That'll probably make Malik feel that he's got to get into the act. He's got to get into the act very soon if they've got to win the match. But Avinash, honestly, I feel this is getting a little one-sided now with the run rate being low and Predators struggling to score. The required run rate has crossed 8 for the first time. Where do you think the match will go from here?
Technically, I think Predators can still get back into the game. There's still enough overs left. But my main problem is that it doesn't look like they're able to. Look at that sharp turn. Sharp turn there by Tanzil. He can have a magical day if he takes a couple of wickets. Another. Ooh, this one turned the other way. Tanzil seems to have a bunch of tricks up his bag, and Malik is struggling to read what kind of delivery is coming to him. Meanwhile, Abdul Basit has reached his 50. He has played his role perfectly, but unfortunately, he is not getting the support that he needs on the other side. Malik has now 15 of 37 balls, which is pretty slow for this format, and that is what is not allowing the Predators to charge forward, make a good attempt at chasing this 262 target. Good appeal there from Tanzil. It looked a little close, but the umpire doesn't think that's out. But what an over! What a spell! 2 overs, none for three. After 19 overs, 86 for one. You need uh, Predators need 177 of 126 balls, which is getting into the difficult zone. But if they are able to start scoring at least 8 or 9 runs per over for the next 8 or 9 overs, then that should bring them back on to the game. It's still not in a place where it is all over for Predators. They still have a very good chance. Unfortunately, they are struggling now and they need to get out of that. At 4.53 current run rate, needs to go up to 6. And with 21 overs in hand, it should not be too difficult to get there. Malik on 16 of 38 and Abdul Basit 50 of 58. Malik is quick to get off strike to give Abdul Basit a chance to face Shahid and hopefully hit a few shots, which is essentially what Predators need at this point of time. That one was a straight delivery, a little fast, and played down to fine leg for a single. And he misses that completely. Malik is struggling quite a bit, and even that ball, which was shortish and could have easily been hit towards the leg side, he's missed. I think he needs something to happen out there so that his confidence gets rebuilt. Right now, the more the more balls he misses, the more dot balls he faces, the worse it's going to get. Single to end the over. 89 for 1 at the halfway mark, 174 needed of the remaining 120 deliveries. So this is now a T20 game. A T20 game where the Predators need 174 of the 20 overs remaining. And the players now take a break. Hopefully, the break does a world of good for the Predators so that they are able to start accelerating from here. So, once again, just to remind you, after 20 overs, the Predators are 89 for 1 and they need 174 of the remaining 20 overs to win.
Welcome back. Welcome back after the drinks break. We have Tanzil into his third over. He's given away 3 runs in the first 2 overs. Score is now 90 for 1. In fact, it was the first leg by of the first ball. So Tanzil has actually given 2 runs in 2 overs, which is excellent after what he's done with the bat. They're
Whoa.
appealing for the LBW and the umpire gives that out to Abdul. He's got his hand on his head. He doesn't know what to do. Because it pitched way before. We've just seen Abdul walking back to the pavilion after all the runs that he was scoring. And suddenly it is Malik who's still there. Abdul walking back after the 51 he scored of 60 balls.
Okay. So,
Kamran is the new batter. 23 matches at a strike rate of 106. That's the kind of strike rate he needs today. Nice shot into the covers. Quickly takes a single, gives the strike back to Malik. It's Malik who needs to change gears. He's done the scoring in the tournament. We were just having a look at his records, but in this match he scored 18 runs of 44, which can be very slow in terms of achieving 262 to chase. Nice big shot on the onside. Straight to the fielder door, just a single taken. So 3 runs have come up in the over of Tanzil.
so expensive. It's very expensive.
Nice ball. Nice bowling there by Tanzil. He almost got the faint edge of Kamran's bat. That's a dot ball. Coming up will be the last ball of his third over. He's just given away 5 runs and taken that wicket of Abdul. That was nice reverse sweep played on the offside there. They've got the first. They're going for the second. They will comfortably get that. Two fielders managing the boundary line there and the ball comes in. So 5 runs have been taken in this over of Tanzil. Score is 94 for 2 after 21 overs. Shahid into his seventh over. He's gone for 30 runs from his first 6 overs at a run rate of 5 per over. Malik once again cannot break free. He's still stuck on 19 of 48. This time he makes the connection, gets the first run, will be looking to go for the second, or is it a boundary? It is a boundary. So a boundary of the blade of Malik. That'll make Predators feel good, happy, confident. He's done the scoring in previous games, as I was just mentioning. We were looking at his stats, and he's done really well. He's just got to get the timing today, just got to get the connection well today when it matters the most. So after 3 dot balls, a welcome boundary. 2 more balls in the over. Once again in the same area. There's a fielder getting close to the ball. Yeah, the ball stops. So just a couple of runs taken. So runs are now flowing from the bat of Malik. And you never know, he may just turn the match on its head and chase down this mammoth target. Just checking with the umpire how many balls are left. This time completely missed it again. So another dot ball. 6 runs off the over. The score is 100 for 2 after 22 overs.
Tanzil continuing from this end, and Kamran manages to make contact, sending it to that fielder at point, but no run. Oh, that was interesting. A good leg break. The batsman completely misses. His weight was on his front foot, but the umpire reckons that his back foot was still behind the popping crease. But that is some really good bowling there by Tanzil. He bowled 2 googlies in his last over, one of which got him the wicket of Abdul. And he is still being difficult to get away with. Excellent bowling. Again, a well flighted delivery, but this time Kamran manages to get inside the line of the ball and hits it straight to the fielder there at cover. Predators need 2 or 3 big overs now. Even if it's not for increasing the run rate, it's for instilling some confidence into their batsmen that they can still do it. They still have a lot of time. 17 overs is not exactly uh, is still 104 balls, so they can catch up, but they need some confidence, and for that they need a couple of big overs. Malik has just come into this finals after scoring a spectacular century in the semi-finals yesterday. So no doubt he has the confidence from his team on him, but he is having an off day, and maybe a couple of shots will get him out of that rut. Good clean connection there and sends the ball to long on for a single. And 4 runs in by Tanzil in this over. 4 overs, 1 for 11. That is just fantastic bowling. When you are defending a target like 262 and you yourself amongst other teammates have scored 70 odd runs in the first innings, you know how batting friendly the pitch can be. And in that kind of situation, you bowl 4 overs for just 11 runs and stifle the chase completely, making it very difficult for the Predators to go ahead and uh, you know, make it very difficult for the Predators to chase the target. That is just phenomenal. And here's Malik, who's on 28, facing Shahid. That's a full toss, which has been tapped straight back onto the bowler's hand, and Malik's rather difficult stay at the crease comes to an end. 28 of 54 balls. Cotton bowled Shahid. Malik has to now go back. Sometimes, making one connection, one good shot, one well-timed shot, which could even be a dot ball, can flip a switch on your mind. After which you could probably go ahead and actually win the game for your team. Unfortunately, Malik did not get a chance to explore that switch, and he got out after a rather difficult innings. Shahid gets a wicket. This is his last over. He's balled 8 on the trot and conceded only 36 runs so far. I think that too is really good bowling. So this now changes the uh, left-right combination that Predator had going for quite some time. You have two right-hand batsmen. Probably makes it a little easy for CCA. They don't have to change the field every time uh, the batsmen take a single. Interesting fielding position there. First slip or second slip maybe. And that's another wicket. Wickets of consecutive balls. The ball turned just a little bit there and hit the top of leg from off stump. And Raman, after a very good bowling performance, goes back to the dugout without disturbing the scorers too much. Shahid is on a hat trick. Predators played a pretty good game yesterday. They chased 281 successfully with pretty much the same team. So I don't know if there is some exhaustion or if there's some fatigue in play over here of playing two consecutive games. 40 overs can be pretty tiring for you, or if it is something else, but this is not the team that played yesterday. It's unfortunate, but well, there is still time. 16 overs is a lot of balls, and they can still make a comeback. CCA, of course, have their tails up. They would like to think that they have one hand on the cup already. Shahid. I wonder what field he's going to set for his hat trick. Hat-trick ball. There's another left-hander now. Oh, and that hat-trick ball was safely negotiated. And Raman is the Abhinav is the new batsman. Safely negotiates the hat-trick ball and the ball after that. A complete carbon copy, the fourth and fifth balls. The same ball, same shot, same fielder. Is this going to be a maiden over? Double wicket maiden. Yes, indeed. So Shahid finishes his spell with 2 for 36 in his 8 overs. What a fantastic spell that has been in context of this game. 8 overs, 1 maiden, two wickets for 36 with an economy of 4.5. And remember, the conditions are still very good for batting. It's not as if there's new cloud cover or the ball has gotten very old or there's some cracks on the pitch. You don't have any of those situations. It was a very good batting wicket in the morning. It's still a good batting wicket in the evening. Keeping that in mind, I think the CCA bowlers are doing a fantastic job here. Here's Tanzil. This is fifth over. The required run rate is now almost 10 and over. 158 of 15.5. Another dot ball, it is going to go about 10. That's not so sharp leg spin. That's what he has been bowling with googlies mixed in. Good variety there. Not making the batsman keep guessing on what his ball is going to be and not making it easy for them to score. And that's a well flighted delivery and inside edge on to the leg side. The dot ball. That was fired in and well played by the batsman actually. The ball bounced a lot more than most of the other balls and it was very close to his body, but he still somehow managed to play that latish cut that went behind the keeper for a single. Oh, that's a googly, but with the ball already so much outside off for the left hander, it really doesn't help at all. That was the straighter one. And end of the over, just 3 runs off it. And 14 runs, 1 wicket in his 5 overs, Tanzil. Abhinav and Kamran are probably trying to discuss how to get going from here. They have another 15 overs. They need 10 and over, and I think this is probably the time they need to go behind the ball. They have to start taking some risks now. The ball has to reach the boundary multiple times over the next 4 or 5 overs at least. Mustafa comes back. 11 in his 3 overs. He hasn't taken a wicket yet. I wonder what he was trying there. A good delivery delivered from the top of his action. That was hit quite well, and it stopped at the boundary. So it won't be four, but they run two. But hopefully that shot gives them some confidence and makes them believe that they will be able to score runs. Here goes Mustafa, the next ball, which is a dot ball. Oh, this was a very good shot. Excellent shot. Just bouncing inside the boundary for one bounce for four. Like I said, it is possible that just one or two shots like that will start giving some confidence, will start changing their mindset. Hopefully, we are seeing the beginning of that. Remember, this is the finals, and we would all like to see a well contested one. Kamran is on 12. Two very good shots, one which almost went to the boundary, and one which was a boundary. One bounce four. What is he going to come up with next? Oh, that was cut straight to the fielder at gully. But it was middled. This time the ball has been swept into no man's land in the fine leg area, and two runs again. Oh, they've taken three this time, so that's very good. So that's 9 runs of the over, which should gladden the heart of many Predators fans and teammates over here. Hopefully, they sustain this for the next few overs and bring that required rate down and the run rate up. So, Desmond, do you think they'll be able to sustain that performance of the last over, score 8 or 9 or 10 overs, 10 runs over the next few overs?
Well, that's exactly what they've got to do if they've got to win this match, because this match is gradually slipping away out of their hands. You see, once the required run rate crosses 10, it's always difficult to come back into a match, especially if you have still 15 overs. You need to keep that rate. You can look at 10 runs for over in the last 5 overs, but not in the last 15 overs. So this is going to be a difficult one. Big shot by Abhinav here, straight to the fielder. They've just got the single, Two singles of the first two balls, but they need to get a boundary every over, and that makes it very, very difficult. You've seen Tanzil how economically he's bowled. He's just gone for 14 runs in his first 5 overs, and he's also taken that a wicket. Yeah, another single. So yes, Avinash, Predators are finding the singles and the twos, and sometimes they've taken the three as well, but they are still not getting the boundaries, and that is what counts. That is what is required if they've got to win the match. You see, currently they need 144 of 81 balls, which is extremely difficult given the scenario they are in. They have got 6 wickets to play with. This has gone up, and the wicketkeeper takes the catch. That's the out. That's the wicket for Abhinav. Abhinav has to walk back. Tanzil gets another wicket, so I guess it's Tanzil's day to be a hero today after the 70 odd he scored. He's got a second wicket. You never know, he gets one more. Looks to be the man of the match. And CCA looking to be running away with this. That's the fifth wicket down for Predators. Three singles and then the wicket goes down. Abhinav scored a couple of runs from 9 balls. Couldn't really get going. The run rate currently is 4.4 and the required is 10.8. That's a big margin of difference. Who is going to bring that closer? It's currently Kamran who's at the screen, who's scoring at a run a ball. And to join him is now Ibrahim. Another couple of runs taken, so 6 runs from the over. Still a quiet over in comparison to requiring 10. So that's what I'm saying. कि कुछ गड़बड़ हुआ. So Mustafa was actually pleading for that leg before wicket, while the umpire signals that to be a leg by. That brings Ibrahim on strike. He's the new batter here. Kamran has been for some time. He scored 17 of 19. It looks to be another dot ball, but quick single taken. It was a good call by the non-striker Ibrahim. Just a gentle dab on the offside. So a dot ball there. Mustafa into his fifth over. He's given away 19 runs from his first 4 overs. Kamran trying to play a big shot on the onside, hits it straight to the fielder, and they are just walking across for a single. The score is now 124 for 5. So 5 runs have come up in this over. Still looking for the boundary. Can Ibrahim get that through? They need 10 runs an over. In fact, now the run rate required has crossed 11. Ibrahim just slashes it on the onside straight to a fielder. Just a single taken. 6 runs from the over. Mustafa has given away 25 runs in 5 overs. And the score is 127 for 5 after 28 overs. It's Tanzil here into his 7th over, and he will. So that's another wicket down. Ibrahim trying to score quickly has hit that in the air and got caught. He'll be walking back to the pavilion. It is Zahid with the ball. That's his first wicket into his 5th over. And that's the 5th wicket down for the Predators. Predators are now 127 for 6. This is the 29th over in progress. Another batter back in the dugout. It's not happening for Predators. It looks very, very difficult now after 6 wickets down. How much had they had to score? Okay. But how much they had to score? 260. So Zahid takes his first wicket. He's given away 18 runs in 4.2 overs. New batter in is Ashish. He's not able to pierce the field. That was the scenario with most of the batters from Predators. They were hitting it straight to the players. Fielders doing well here. Kamran at the non-striker end. He's been in. He scored 18 of 21, but he needs the support. Played it on the offside. It's running away to the boundary line fence. It doesn't cross. They get the two. They may just look for the third. No, says the striker. So just 2 runs coming in this over, and that to coming of the fourth ball. The score is 129 for 6. It's looking very, very difficult for the Predators now with the required rate creeping close to 12 per over. Those rare misfield giving Predators the single. One 130 for 6. This is the last ball of the 29th over. Another dot ball. Such has been the bowling from the CCA team. They have been very, very accurate. They have kept it tight. They have kept the dot balls coming in. They have built the pressure, and we've seen the Predator batters falling prey to it. 130 for 6 after 29 overs. What is it that Ashish Khanna and Kamran can pull it off from here? The required run rate has crossed 12. It's 133 required of 66 balls with 4 wickets left. Looks like we have Mustafa into the attack. Ashish has just hit down into the covers. Takes the single. Strike is now to Kamran. He's been at the crease for some time, but that's not enough to take his team across the line. 132 required in 10.5 overs. Huge ask. Nice big shot played by Kamran on the onside. It's straight to the fielder. They've got the first. They're coming for the second. 2 runs completed comfortably. Score is 133 for 6. 29.2 overs. This is got high up in the air, straight to the fielder. Kamran has lost his wicket here. He's trying to score fast. He loses his wicket. That's the way it's got to go. If you've got to win, you've got to win. And Mustafa gets his first wicket. Predators are losing their way here. They have just scored 50% of the runs and they have lost 7 wickets. The new batter looks to be Jagbir along with Ashish. And as we see, the required run rate is now 12.38. batters, two new batters at the crease. It was Kamban who had scored a bit. He was just trying to score more and score quickly and try and see if he can get his team closer to 262, but wasn't to be. That's the first wicket for Mustafa. 3 runs have been scored of the first 3 balls. Predators have scored 133 for 7 in 29.3 overs. Nice sharp wicket keeping there. More importantly, a dot ball. That's been the order of the day. That's how disciplined CCA have been with the ball. Straight to the fielder again. Jagbir tried to pierce the field, could not. Another dot ball. So just 3 runs in the over and a wicket. And that's another dot ball. So end of the 30th over. The score is 133 for 7.
Required of 10 overs with 3 wickets in hand. That's the equation. CCA have put forward an exhibition of some really excellent bowling. Restrictive, wicket taking, and stifling. Predators had absolutely no answers there. Zahid continuing with his spell, and that was a pretty close call, a very strong appeal. Umpire felt that it's going to miss leg stump, and here he comes with his next ball. If he had missed that, it would have been closer, but he got back onto it on a single. Ashish is on strike now, and Ashish comes off strike. Jagbir to face Zahid. 13.34 is the required run rate, and that's a pretty positive stroke by Jagbir, and it went straight to the fielder, but he somehow managed to drop it. So a drop chance there gives Jagbir 1 run. Gives Jagbir 2 runs actually, and here comes Zahid with his next ball. Oh, that was very well. That was very well played. It was only a single at the end of it, but
Just take it
a
out.
very delicate cut shot there. Pleasing to the eye. Here comes Zahid. Gives some width to Jagbir, and that's an easy single. With 13.64 runs per over, I think it's a foregone conclusion as to who is winning But miracles have happened, and that is what we are all waiting for. That ball was on the legs, and just a single though. Only 6 runs off that over, and 124 required of the last 9 overs. 139 for 7 after 31. Mustafa to continue. Jagbir facing him. There's a definite spring in the steps of the CCA team. They are definitely thinking that they have the match in the bag. Yes, they still have to bowl 9 more overs or take those 3 more wickets. That's gone high up in the air and taken comfortably by the wicketkeeper. And that's the end of Jagbir. 139 for 8. Mustafa gets a second wicket. Fateh comes in now, and if you recall, he bowled pretty well, and it is probably going to be difficult for him to replicate that with the bat, considering the equation right now. Jagbir is dismissed for 4 of 7 balls. And Fateh comes in to face the rest of that Mustafa over. It's interesting that Predator's run rate after the first 4 or 5 overs didn't really cross that 4.5 mark. I think it probably went up to 4.6 or something, but they never really managed to go beyond the 4.5 mark. Nice looking cut shot there. The ball stopped well short of the boundary, and Predators get 2 runs there. 122 required of 52 balls. That's the equation right now. 8 wickets gone, 2 wickets in hand, 2 relatively new batsmen, and that has been hit powerfully down the ground, but just short of that fielder at long on. For a moment I thought he was going to catch it, but he realized that it's well away from his reach, so he just decided to stop the boundary and restrict the batsman to a single. 142 for 8. 3 more balls left in this over. Here comes Mustafa, and that's a huge shot and crosses the boundary comfortably. 4 signaled by the batsman or by the umpire. More of those starting 10 overs back would have made a difference, but right now, even if there is a sustained barrage of boundaries, it's going to be too little too late. I think Predators winning has just passed on to miracle territory now. That was a comedy of errors from both sides, but no wickets lost and 2 runs. So that basically gives 9 runs in this over. For Mustafa, he's conceded 9, taken a wicket. And if Ashish scores a 6 off this ball, then that's going to be 15, which is exactly what they need currently to win. Gently glided towards the offside, straight into the fielder's hand for no run. So the score is 148 for 8, 115 needed of 8 overs at 14.38 runs per over. Ashish is trying to put up some semblance of a fight, but I'm sure even he realizes that it's too little too late. Well, here comes the cricketer who can't do anything wrong today. Look at that leg break. Pitching just outside off, and the wicketkeeper is having to reach on the offside for that ball. Again, another leg break. Tanzil 2 for 19 off his 6 overs in 2 dots.
Goodness, Francie.
Here comes Tanzil for the third ball. Three dots. Here he comes with his next ball. Is he going to get the wicket? That goes straight up and taken by the keeper comfortably, and that's the third wicket for Tanzil. There's not much he can do wrong today. If the Predators could trade someone in the middle of a game, I'm sure they'll want him, and he cannot put a step wrong. 3 for 19, 6 overs and 76 is Tanzil's output today. 148 for 9. Karandeep Singh is the last batsman. And that did not turn as much as some of his other deliveries, which probably is what the keeper not exactly happy about. He wanted a sharp turner. You could see him literally subtly waving his hand. What does Tanzil have? Last ball of this. Oh, that was gently glided towards the leg side, and they get a single. After 7 overs, Tanzil is 3 for 21. Fantastic bowling after that excellent batting earlier today. And he still has one more over to go if nobody takes a wicket in this over. So Desmond, where do you think it all started going wrong for the Predators?
I guess they had a very slowish start, and that made all the difference. It was not the kind of start that CCA had given to their team. It's the power play that they did not capitalize. They did not lose wickets for the first 30 to 40 runs, but that wasn't enough. It's a very, very slow start. So it made all the difference, and from here it looks impossible. The run rate is 16 and above, and it's like last 7 overs, it's going to be difficult. So Ashish and Karandeep are there to complete the formalities. It's Mustafa with the ball for CCA. They're still running hard. They got the first and they're going for the second. But yeah, that would be my take on that. It was the start, and it's always the start. It matters when you're having these 35, 40 over and 50 over game formats. Like even in T20, the opening pair is so important for any team, and if they are not able to take the team to a flying start, it's always going to be difficult to catch up, especially when you're chasing a target in a final. This is a big shot played by Ashish. It's gone right up in the air. There's a fielder there who's just cut it off. A couple of runs taken. He was trying to go for the catch, but that looked difficult. Decided to just probably field it and make sure it doesn't go for a boundary. So 154 for 9 after 33.3 overs. This was played on the offside, more towards long off. They have taken the single. Mustafa is actually bowling himself out. This is his 8th over. He's given away 42 and taken 2 wickets. And Deep has played that on the offside straight to the fielder, so that's a dot ball. That's been the order of the day, as I mentioned before. CCA has been very, very disciplined. Once again on the offside, this is pierced the field, but they will only get a single. It's the dot balls that has made the difference. It's the dot balls that has put the pressure on the Predator batters, and that's the reason why they are in this scenario. End of the over, Mustafa finishes his spell. Just a single again.
Yeah, you're right. If they had continued with the kind of start they gave in the first 2 or 3 overs, they could have capitalized better on the power play. But yeah, I think that was the big difference, because even CCA went through a similar phase where they were not finding the boundary, but they kept the strike rotating throughout. The two partnerships that they had, the two big partnerships, even when they were not able to score, they kept rotating the strike. That way they were getting 1 or 2 runs every time consistently. Whereas in the case of Predators, unfortunately, they were not even able to do that. Their entire their entire spell from the fourth over, I think, has been a struggle to make any sort of runs, and that is where I think they have lost the game. If they had somehow managed to still, if they had somehow managed to still keep rotating strike, then the equation might have been much closer now than what it is. Uh, so it's just unfortunate, but I think credit goes to CCA. Their bowlers kept the lines tight. The line and length was perfect, and most importantly, the field placements. I think that is where it made a lot of difference, because almost uh, every time the batsman felt they middled the ball went straight to the fielder, and that is where the number of dot balls kept increasing. So I think CCA came up with a very good plan throughout, and it is very pleasing for people like us to see a team come out with a plan and executing it so flawlessly. Meanwhile, Tanzil in his last over, will he be able to get one more wicket? The batsmen don't seem to be in a mood to give him that one last wicket. There's still 2 balls remaining. He's just going through the motions here. One more no ball. I wonder if it has to do something with the action or whether he is overstepping, or whether he's sidestepping. Alright, the umpire is indicating the fact that he's overstepping, so that's a free hit. The batsman misses it completely, and so does the keeper. He misses the stumps. Last ball, Tanzim, will he sign off with a wicket? No. That ball was hit through the gap in the infield, and that's the end of Tanzil's excellent spell today. 76 off the bat, 8 overs, 3 for 32 off the ball. There's the Predator scorecard. Doesn't make encouraging reading at all. Ashish has managed to get to 23, but that is not going to help. There's 5 overs and 95 runs to get. And look at those bowlers. Excellent bowling, excellent fielding. So here comes Bhupinder. He started off with a bunch of wides, then had a reasonably good second over, and now here he is to be able to finish his 8 overs, of course, but this is the first over of his third spell. Again, that was hit quite well on the offside. Uh, the ball did not quite reach the deep, but a single nevertheless. This is cut to the offside for single. Well, it looks like CCA is going through the motions here. I think they should probably try and get that last wicket. They know they are the champions. There is no way Predators can win from here. A good shot, aerial shot, but fell into no man's land. Here comes Bhupinder. Comfortable shot down the ground on the leg side. One more single. Score reaches 175. One wicket left in the Predators kitty. And 25 balls left to finish this innings. That's the end of the over. 3 overs, none for 28 for Bhupinder. 7 runs of this over. Desmond, if you were the CCA captain, what would you try to do from here? Try to get that one wicket somehow, or just go through the motions and finish off those 4 overs?
I'll guess get my best bowler on strike and try and wrap up the innings. Whereas I see something else. I see Booth coming into bowl, and he's actually going to bowl his first over. So looks like some bowling practice but for probably the next season. But yeah, I would have probably bring in my best. This was a direct throw. They are calling in for a run out to the umpire. No, says the umpire. So the innings carry is on. It's the 37th over in progress, and Butt is the one who's bowling it. So yeah, I mean it's just formalities now that is being completed. 3.5 overs and 87 runs required by Predators to win this, which is not going to be easy at all. So it's just a matter of time that you bowl these 3 overs and 5 balls. He's hit that in the air, but there's no one to catch that. Again to a fielder, just a single taken. So the number 10 and 11, they're trying to score some runs here. Once again been hit up in the air, but there's no one to take the catch. It's going to be again another single. And Ashish has done well. He scored 26 runs off 25 balls. So given the bowler he is, tail-ender effect, he still scored some runs for the team and given them some respectability in comparison to the 262 by CCA. This is once again hit in the air by Ashish. There's again a fielder to cut it off. Just a single again. So they're getting the ones. They're getting the ones and sometimes the odd two. They're taking their score close to 200. This is once again hit in the air by Karandeep, and this is finally the catch is taken. That's the end of the game, and CCA has won this final at the 40 over format, the elite division for the 40 over format. Predators are all out for 179 and they were into their 37th over. So there you see on your screen, CCA wins the match by 83 runs, which is a huge margin. And yeah, Avinash, what would you say about that? This is a very disciplined performance by CCA. They were very good with the bat. They were very good with the with the ball as well. This is a scorecard apart from Abdul who scored the 50. Uh, there were three other batters in the 20s, Malik, Kamran and Ashish, but the others are just telephone numbers. So that's been the story for Predators.
Yeah, more than the telephone numbers and the 20s, I think the strike rate is what was the problem. Even if you look at Abdul with his 51, he scored it at 60, which is fine. In 40 overs, that is acceptable. But Samir Malik with 28 of 54, uh, Kamran Hussain 20 of 24, all of them 2 of 9, 4 of 7, 3 of 6. I think that's probably the big difference. If you look at the strike rates of CCA at any point of time, you don't see similar numbers. I think that is what was the big difference between the two teams. And yes, I would love to talk about net run rates, but I think that will probably not apply anymore. And look at the bowling there. Zahid Chaudhary 1 for 27 with an economy rate of 4.5. Upinder Rai started with all those wides, so that kind of gave him a high economy rate, but he bowled well. Look at Saeed Mohammed there, 1 for 5 of 3 overs. Shahid Siddiqui 2 of 36, 2 for 36. Mustafa Iqbal 2 for 44. Tanzil 3 for 32, easily the player of the day today, along with his 76. And Hamza Bhatt coming at the end and getting that last wicket. So very, very disciplined bowling, like you say. And I think as far as their bowling and their field setting were concerned, they were very spot on. There was absolutely nothing given to Predators, and that is what gave CCA such a massive victory. Well played, CCA. Look, the worm never really had a chance to catch up, so that's probably what gave them the edge. And look at the initial overs and the final overs. It's the blue that was dominating all the way. In the middle, yes, the blue was dominating. That was because of all the dot balls. So CCA, like you say, I think disciplined performance is probably the perfect word, and that helped them win the tournament. Well played, CCA, and hope you party hard tonight. And as we expect, Tanzil Altaf is the player of the match. 76 and 3 for 3 wickets while bowling. Very well played, except for that last over where he experimented. I think he did a great job in making sure that CCA won. That's the points table. CCA on the top, Zelmi Lions Predators on 36, Kings 1, Knight Riders, St. John's Black Caps, and FCSA United. Yeah, CCA has dominated quite a bit, and that showed in the game today. So well played, CCA. With that, the 40 over leg of the elite tournament comes to an end just before it starts getting cold in Calgary. Well played all the teams, especially CCA, and all the best for